Imagine that your country was suddenly brutally invaded and your fellow countrymen held captive. Imagine then your people are slowly and systematically tortured and killed. And imagine you are the one placed in charge of those people and are solely responsible for their destiny. What would you do? Would you fight and die a swift, heroic death? Or would you negotiate and attempt to keep your people alive as long as humanly possible?
Deutschland ist stolzer Freude!
That was the terrifying dilemma facing this man, Mordechai Chaim Rumkowski. Rumkowski ran one of the biggest Jewish ghettos in Poland during World War II. Time and again, he was asked to hand over his own people for deportation to the death camps. But Rumkowski believed that by cooperating with the Germans, he might be able to save at least some of his people. But did that make him a fall guy for the Nazis? Was he a collaborator? A Jew who betrayed his fellow Jews? Or was he a skillful negotiator, doing his best for his people?
Anyone who was holding that post would have to do what the German wanted him to do. There was no other option. Anybody who was held that position would have to do it. Unless you decided to commit suicide yourself and you say, no, I'm not doing it. That was the only alternative he could do.
In Poland in the 1930s, the city of Łódź had one of the biggest Jewish communities in Europe. One of its leading citizens was Mordechai Chaim Rumkowski. Born in Russia, he was already an old man as the prospect of a Second World War grew closer. By the late 1930s, he had become the director of the largest orphanage in the city. It was considered one of the best and most enlightened in Poland. At that time, Rumkowski was a prominent Jew in a country that was notorious for its anti-Semitic feelings that were rarely far from the surface. He'd managed to negotiate the best deal for his orphanage, and it was a skill that he thought he could use for a new challenge that would be the greatest of his life. On September the 1st, 1939, German tanks rolled into Poland. It was the beginning of World War II. The German army moved with ruthless speed and efficiency. Polish resistance crumbled. Within weeks, the entire country had been overwhelmed. The German frontline troops were soon followed by SS death squads sent in to kill and expel so-called undesirables. large Jewish communities felt the effects immediately. Jewish cultural and social institutions were abolished. Jewish intellectuals and political leaders were rounded up and shot at random. The entire western half of Poland had been earmarked for annexation to Greater Germany. The plan was to kick out Jews, Gypsies, and the Poles to make way for new German settlers. Just a week after the invasion of Poland, the Nazis stormed into Rumkowski's hometown of Łódź. They were greeted by fanatical crowds of so-called Volksdeutsche, ethnic Germans who lived outside their mother country, overwhelmed by the sight of the Nazis taking over their city. For the Jewish population of Łódź, it was a very different story. Attacks on them by the Nazis began almost immediately. The 4 main synagogues were burnt to the ground. Those Jews who could get out of the city did. But despite their overwhelming might, the Germans soon realized they had a problem in Łódź. There were simply too many Jews to be dealt with in the short term. The Nazis' solution to the problem was simple. If they couldn't expel the Jews, then they would be cleared out of the city and confined to a smaller, more manageable area on the outskirts. In the early months of 1940, the Jews of Łódź were violently evicted from their homes and moved to a slum area of the city's old town. By April 30th, 1940, the ghetto was surrounded by barbed wire and sealed off. Jews were forbidden to leave, outsiders were forbidden to enter. It was the first major Jewish ghetto of World War II. Helen Aronson is 84 and lives on her own in a quiet and secluded part of the country, just north of London. But she grew up close to the city of Łódź in Poland. When war broke out, she was just 12 years old. As a member of a Jewish family who lived near the city, she was one of many who was rounded up by the Nazis and locked in the city's Jewish ghetto.
It was a Saturday, it was a beautiful day. I believe there might have been about 8,000 Jewish people. The Polish Christian population were watching us. Nobody said anything. They were just watching and we were walking. Walking. I held on to my mother and my brother. There were German soldiers with dogs. We just didn't know what is going to happen. After about an hour or so, we eventually arrived to Łódź Ghetto.
The Nazis wanted the day-to-day running of the ghetto to be taken care of by the Jews themselves. It was a convenient way to avoid tying up German manpower. The plan was to appoint one of the town's leading Jewish citizens to be the Nazis' main point of contact. The man they chose for the job as the Jewish leader of the ghetto was Chaim Rumkowski.
Well, he looked like a sort of grandfather. I mean, he was quite old. He was always very nice towards me. And whatever I asked him to do, sometimes for my mother or for my brother or whatever, he did it. It was enough to be seen with him that you were somebody because his powers were so great, like the Queen of England.
Discover the past with exclusive military history documentaries and ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians, all on History Hit. Watch them on your smart TV or on the go with your mobile device. Download the app now to watch everything, from the gripping story of the Band of Brothers to Operation Barbarossa and D-Day. Immerse yourself in the dramatic stories of this remarkable era by signing up via the link in the description.
Once installed, Rumkowski was expected to establish his own Jewish council, a group of prominent Jews who would run the ghetto's affairs. They had responsibility for providing work, food, housing, and health services. It was a monumental task. The population of the ghetto when it was first established was almost 250,000. But why did the Nazis come to choose Chaim Rumkowski as their man to run the ghetto? His appearance may well have helped. He simply didn't look Jewish. He was perhaps the sort of Jew the Germans felt comfortable with. He was clean-shaven, with piercing blue eyes. Rumkowski also had experience of dealing with anti-Semitic authorities. But his new position as the head of Łódź Ghetto presented him with a terrible dilemma. Just how do you deal with an all-powerful enemy, hell-bent on the destruction of your people? If he failed to cooperate, the Germans would simply annihilate the Jewish population. But if he cooperated, he risked being labeled as a Nazi collaborator. It was a dilemma many Jewish leaders would face in the years to come. But none would be as controversial as Chaim Rumkowski. The conditions in the ghetto provided a severe test of Rumkowski's organizational abilities. What he'd inherited was like a living hell.
The families were cramped in, for instance, 10, 12 people could live in one room. People, you saw walking people in the streets who were real skeletons, and some of them just died there and then. There were people collecting the dead bodies. I mean, it was so difficult really to describe the conditions there, the illnesses there, the absolutely terrible, terrible conditions. New arrivals used to arrive, people from various parts of Europe Czechoslovakia and Germany. They were told they're going for a holiday. People used to arrive in beautiful clothes, ladies in fur coats and hats and handbags, and suddenly they were faced with this place with walking skeletons and dying people in the street and no food at all and terrible conditions. And I'm afraid that these people, because they were not so resilient, were dying very, very quickly. I feel that because of Rumkowski, who, when we were in the ghetto, he helped us in any way he could.
Although pledging his help to those inside the ghetto, the problem Rumkowski faced was that the Germans had made it quite clear they had no interest in keeping the Jews alive. A German SS commander in Łódź, Friedrich Ubelhor, had written a memorandum shortly after the invasion of Poland.
It is obvious that the establishment of the ghetto is only a temporary measure. I reserve for myself the decision as to when and how the city of Łódź will be cleansed of Jews. In any case, the final aim must be to burn out entirely this pestilent abscess.
If the Jews of Łódź were to have any chance of surviving, Rumkowski desperately needed a plan. With almost 250,000 people confined to a small area with no farmland, provision of food very quickly became the most pressing problem. The Nazi commanders insisted that the ghetto pay for its own upkeep. But how could Jews who were locked away from the rest of society and who had been stripped of all valuables make enough money to pay for food and housing? Rumkowski's plan was to agree to every German demand on the grounds that if he didn't, the Germans would simply impose it, but with much greater bloodshed and brutality. And Rumkowski did have one major bargaining chip. He could tap into what he called a gold currency of the highest caliber, that is, the labor of Jewish hands. He set out to turn the ghetto into a huge work camp. Rumkowski wanted to make it indispensable, a cheap and lucrative source of supplies for the Nazi war machine. Rumkowski's next step was to outline his plan in a letter to Hans Bibov, the German official in charge of relations with the ghetto.
There are in the ghetto 20,000 skilled workers. I could organize matters so that work would be done inside the ghetto, and the workers would turn the finished product over to the authorities. In this way, I hope I and my department will be permitted to balance the ghetto budget, support the poor and needy, protect the population from disease, and take care of all the other needs of the ghetto's Jewish inhabitants.
His plan worked. Bibov was sympathetic to Rumkowski's suggestion. A cheap and controllable source of goods would not only help the German war machine, it might even further his own career. Rumkowski now began to put his master plan into action. During late 1940, new factories were set up in the ghetto. They included tailors, shoemakers, carpentry workshops, and metalworks. The ghetto's biggest customer was the German military, which was supplied with uniforms, boots, backpacks, and even munitions. The Nazi High Command even appeared to give it their blessing. In In 1941, SS commander Heinrich Himmler inspected the ghetto. His conversation with Rumkowski was recorded by one of the inmates in his diary.
"How are you doing here?" asked Himmler. "Not badly, I think. I'm doing everything so that the ghetto will work more and work better. My motto is work, peace and order." "Then go on working for the benefit of your brethren in the ghetto," retorted Himmler. "It will do you good."
And Rumkowski's achievements didn't end there. In his position as head of the ghetto, Chaim Rumkowski was effectively given a free hand to run it the way he wanted. He now set out to create what he believed would become a Jewish mini-state. He established a housing department to cope with chronic overcrowding and a welfare system to distribute relief to the needy. Conditions in Łódź were becoming better than in many other Jewish ghettos. Helen Aronson was a young girl in the ghetto, and the improvements were becoming apparent.
This ghetto, this Łódź ghetto, was like a Jewish country. We had doctors, we had hospitals, we had police, we had entertainment, we had hairdressers, we had everything you can think of, and work. And the goods that were made and manufactured in that ghetto, it was amazing things that were made.
Rumkowski managed to set up schools in the ghetto, the only one in Poland to have them. He even managed to establish a Jewish cultural center and religious services. When the Germans outlawed rabbis, Rumkowski conducted marriage ceremonies himself. But Rumkowski's master plan was about to face a shattering blow. When Rumkowski had negotiated his pact with the Germans to sell the products of the ghetto for food, there had been no mention of price. He now found the Nazis held all the cards. They controlled the price of the raw materials brought into the ghetto, and they controlled the quantity of food that was given to the Jews in exchange. Rumkowski had assumed the Germans would behave rationally. If the ghetto was productive, he believed the German authorities would have a vested interest in keeping it going. But he'd failed to grasp that for the Nazis, killing Jews was more important than economic gain. The Germans made sure the food supply was never enough, and what food did arrive was often spoiled. Rumkowski himself imposed food rationing to make it stretch, but it often fell below subsistence level. For all his efforts, increasing numbers of the ghetto's residents died of starvation.
The rations were so small. I know families, friends of mine, that piece of bread or whatever they got for the week, they used to lock it. Everyone had their lock and key because people were stealing from each other. People say, oh, now how could they do it? How could they do this and the other, and one against the other? But the circumstances were not normal, and everyone wants to live.
For Rumkowski, problems were starting to mount. As productivity in the Łódź ghetto increased, and the Jewish population were being asked to work harder and harder, the workers began to organize strikes and demonstrations against the harsh conditions. Rumkowski's authority and strategy depended on buying German cooperation with a constant supply of cheap goods. If he allowed the strikes to continue, the Germans would cut the food supply even further. He argued that the strikes and demonstrations threatened the very survival of the ghetto. At one workers' rally, he announced, "Strikers are criminals. I'll act like a dictator. I'll stamp them out, them and their families. I'll arrest them and send them to labor camps." But opposition continued. Slogans appeared such as "Kill Rumkowski" and "Open the Ghetto." In response, Rumkowski became increasingly dictatorial. He sent in the ghetto's police to put down his critics. He used his control of the food supply to impose his will further. Those who agreed to work ate. Those who didn't were left to starve. He went on to tell the strikers, "My motto is work, something that could keep us alive. And you didn't want to build, but to disrupt. In order to save the ghetto, I am forced to act decisively, like a surgeon who cuts off a limb so the heart won't stop beating." But were these the words of a man in terrible circumstances doing his best for his people? Or was it the first signs of someone desperate to cling on to power? There were certainly clues that he was beginning to enjoy the trappings of office. Rumkowski now began to refer to his headquarters as the Chancellery, copying the German example. People were encouraged to pray for his health as if he were a king. And the ghetto newspaper printed poems celebrating his achievements. More damagingly, it was said he and the other council members were living well, while everybody else starved. For many of the Jews in Łódź, Rumkowski was no longer a savior. He was a self-serving collaborator. He showed favoritism to those residents that he liked or were close to him. Helen Aronson was one of the luckier ones in the ghetto.
Well, he had the courage and guards with him, and it was, and he used to visit various factories and places, and his main office and so on. He asked me to go in the carriage with him, go back to Marysin, to the orphanage, and I felt like, with the Queen of England. I mean, it was something being seen with him that was already sort of like a passport to a better life. That's how great his power was.
Then there was a development that would put his apparent pact with the Nazis in an even starker light. In January 1942, the Nazi leadership met here at Wannsee in the suburbs of Berlin. They gathered to debate what was termed the final solution to the Jewish problem. What exactly was to be the fate of the millions of Jews that the Nazis had rounded up and imprisoned? Leaving them to starve in the ghettos was a slow, inefficient, and impractical solution. Hitler needed a quicker, more effective method. At the Wannsee conference, the decision was taken to set up a series of camps where Europe's Jews would be systematically exterminated. The first signs of the new policy reached the Jews in Łódź almost immediately. Just weeks after the Wannsee meeting, Rumkowski was ordered to assist the German authorities in arranging what was referred to as the resettlement of 20,000 of the ghetto's Jews. They were told they were being sent to labor camps further east. Rumkowski negotiated with the German leadership in Łódź to halve the number of Jews that were to be sent away. But in the long run, it made little difference. Throughout the spring and summer of 1942, one deportation followed another. Thousands and thousands of the ghetto's Jews were simply rounded up, taken to a nearby train depot, and forced into goods wagons. At this stage, those in the ghetto had no idea of the fate that awaited their friends and family who were being taken away.
We knew there was such place like Auschwitz. But what actually happens there, we didn't know. Sometimes people left little bits of papers in the wagons to say, don't follow us. But we really did not know, really, what is happening there. We had no idea.
Where did you think all these people were being sent?
To work, somewhere to work in Germany. That's what we were sort of told, that we're going to work in Germany.
In the summer of 1942, signs began to appear that Rumkowski's popularity was beginning to slide even further. There were rumors that he was using the deportations to rid himself of his opponents. In early September, the Germans, assisted by Rumkowski's ghetto police, began to get rid of anyone who was thought to be a drain on the ghetto's resources. They cleared out the hospitals. 2,000 patients, including 400 children, were deported. It was a brutal and bloody affair. Seemingly unaware of the Nazis' new policy of exterminating the Jews, Rumkowski continued to insist the long-term interests of the majority were best served by sacrificing the minority. But was he really ignorant of what was going on? Huge numbers of Jews were being deported during that summer of 1942. In Warsaw, 300,000 were sent to the concentration camps. At the same time, 50,000 Jews were sent from the Łódź ghetto. Some believe Rumkowski must have known the terrible fate that awaited his people.
I think so. I think so by that. I think so. I think so. Well, nobody came back from all these transport that were sent, and I'm sure that he knew what was happening in Auschwitz. I'm sure he knew.
Even in the near-total isolation of the ghetto, there were clues for those willing to read them. During 1942, large shipments of baggage had been arriving in the ghetto. The diary of one resident records,
The bundles contain clothing that has been disinfected. Nearly all the jackets bear traces of having been cut along the seams. Documents from all over Europe are in the bundles, and some show that the papers were drawn up in this ghetto.
here was evidence that those who'd been deported were not coming back. Their clothing and possessions were merely being recycled by the Germans. Then, in September 1942, the Nazis made a new demand. It was more distressing than anything that had gone before. That month, the Germans demanded that every Jewish child in the ghetto under 10 and every adult over 65 must be handed over for deportation. Even though Rumkowski had worked closely with children running the main orphanage in Łódź, he still cooperated. He then made one of the most appalling and dramatic speeches of World War II. From the language he uses, it seems clear that Rumkowski knew what the fate of the children and the elderly would be. A grievous blow has struck the ghetto. They are asking us to give up the best we possess, the children and the elderly. I never imagined I would be forced to deliver this sacrifice to the altar with my own hands. In my old age, I must stretch out my hands and beg, brothers and sisters, hand them over to me. Fathers and mothers, give me your children. When Rumkowski made this speech, Helen Aronson was 15. She was a useful worker in the ghetto and was one of those favored by Rumkowski. She remembers his infamous speech.
How can you ask the parents to give away the children? It is most difficult task. I mean, I don't know how he could do it, quite frankly. Maybe it would be better if they just came and took the children without the speech, because it must have been really, really difficult for the parents who had to do it. How can you do that? To send these kids to be gassed, to be slaughtered. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it.
So did Rumkowski have a choice? He certainly wasn't the only Jewish leader facing such unthinkable situations. Other leaders across Poland faced similar demands, but some of them responded very differently. In Warsaw, the leader of the Jewish ghetto, Adam Czerniaków, was told to round up 6,000 people a day and hand them over to the Germans. The lists included thousands of children. For 2 years, Czerniaków, just like Rumkowski, had chosen to cooperate with the Nazis. But when the deportations began, and it became clear his people were being sent to certain death, he couldn't take it any longer. On July the 23rd, 1942, Czerniaków took a capsule of cyanide and killed himself. He left a note to his wife that read,
They demand me to kill children of my nation with my own hands. I have nothing to do but to die. I can no longer bear all this. My act will prove to everyone what is the right thing to do.
It was a very different response to Rumkowski's.
The United Nations have bridged the English Channel. On June the 6th, 1944, a date indelibly written in the annals of history by the armed forces of the free world, the fighting men of Britain, the Empire, and America embarked on the greatest amphibious operation ever undertaken.
In the summer of 1944, the tide of the war turned decisively against the Germans. It became clear that Hitler's forces would soon be trapped in a pincer movement as the Allied invasion made its way from the west and the Russian army pressed on from the east. Meanwhile, Himmler now ordered the final liquidation of the Łódź ghetto. It had become the largest concentration of Jews in German-occupied Europe. Once again, Rumkowski cooperated. In August 1944, he told the people of the ghetto, "Jews of the ghetto, come to your senses. Volunteer for the transports." As the remaining Jews were herded out of the ghetto, the German authorities made 750 of them stay behind. Hanging on to her privileged position in the ghetto, Helen Aronson was one of that group.
The reason why we were left in the ghetto was to clean out all the houses and flats of the people who used to live there and take all the possessions and segregate them so that they all can be useful and be sent to Germany. For instance, bedding, linen, crockery, cutlery, furniture, clothing, and everything bring out into the streets in a pile. Afterwards, lorries used to arrive and collect all these things, and everything was taken to Germany and made into money. And that was our job to do. And that's why we were left behind to do this work. All of us had some poison with us. And we knew that we are here for a short time to do a job for them, for the German government. And when we finish the job, our fate will be exactly the same as all the others. We follow all the others. And we thought when the worst comes to the worst, we know what to do.
The clean-up operation of the ghetto went on into January 1945. And then finally, salvation arrived. The Russians had advanced quickly and were now on the outskirts of the city. Fearing for their lives at the hands of the Germans, Helen and her family hid in the cellar of one of the houses in the ghetto.
We stayed in that place for quite a few days. We could not survive for a long time there because we had no facilities and not much air. Every so often, my brother very anxiously opened that little floorboard to look out. We couldn't see anything, we couldn't hear anything, all quiet. And then, one day, we heard a lot of stamping above us. And my mother suddenly said, "I think I can hear some Russian spoken." Russian? She must be crazy. We opened our place, and then I came face to face with the Russian soldier. And he said to me, "The war is finished and you are free." This was taken in January 1945, when I was liberated in the camp. showing this group of people and one man playing accordion. He was my boyfriend. And my daughter looked at the picture and said, "But Mommy, you're sitting next to him." Well, at that point, I just cried, laughed. I just didn't know how to react, and I did both. It was most unusual that to find yourself in a book after 60 years.
But what of Chaim Rumkowski? Some historians believe that he and his wife volunteered for resettlement and boarded a train bound for Auschwitz with others from the ghetto. One eyewitness described Rumkowski's arrival.
Rumkowski didn't know what was happening. He turned to me and asked, "What goes on here? Can't you smell? Can't you see the fire?" I replied, anger and revenge in my voice for what he'd done to my friends. "Where am I?" he asks. "Auschwitz." "Oh my God," he says, smacking his forehead with his palm.
But was that really his fate? Was he gassed at Auschwitz? There is, however, another possibility.
I heard that he was sent with all his family. That was the last transport going from Łódź ghetto to Auschwitz. And I'm not quite sure, but the rumors were that he was actually killed by the Jews, and not when he arrived there, and not by the German. But I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know.
So what are we to make of a man who willingly sent his own people to the Nazi concentration camps? Clearly, many view Rumkowski as a collaborator. But it's not a simple picture. Łódź was not just the best-run ghetto, it was also the longest surviving. And even though the numbers are small, 750 people survived. Some of those put that survival down to one thing: the fact that Rumkowski managed to keep them in the ghetto for so long.
I don't think him as a collaborator. Anyone who was holding that post would have to do what the German wanted him to do. There was no other option, because if he didn't do it, if he didn't deliver the people, the German would come into the ghetto and do it themselves. There was no other option. Anybody who held that position would have to do it. Unless you decided to commit suicide yourself and you say, "No, I'm not doing it." That was the only alternative he could do. But would it help the people? I don't think so.
In 1944, the end of the war in France. The Nazis were on the run. Paris was set free. But Parisian joy turned swiftly to revenge. Hundreds of women were punished for having relationships with German soldiers. And thousands of men were executed without trial for aiding the Nazis. But this very public display of cleansing did little to sanitize a much deeper guilt. Because millions of ordinary French people had worked alongside the Nazis, the collaboration went right to the top. France's leaders had joined with the Nazis to persecute its people and rid the country of its Jews. No man epitomized French collaboration more than Pierre Laval. His activities during the Second World War still divide the French today. As Prime Minister during German occupation, it was Laval who had to deal with the brutal Third Reich. By working with Hitler, was he sheltering his people, or was he a willing collaborator actively helping the Nazis? The decisions taken by Laval would see him become one of the most detested men in French history. But was the label deserved? Just how guilty is Pierre Laval? Pierre Laval grew up at the height of the Belle Époque. It was France's beautiful era. It was 1910, an age of affluence, mass development, and overconsumption. But France was a nation divided by class and wealth. To the working classes, the good times meant grinding poverty. Pierre Laval made his name as a lawyer defending the rights of ordinary working men. He described himself:
a comrade among comrades, a worker among workers.
In 1913, Laval proudly affirmed his left-wing beliefs and won election to the French legislature. It marked the beginning of his political career, but also the end of the good times for his beloved France. The outbreak of World War I in 1914 saw Germany invade Belgium and Luxembourg and then storm into France. Over 8 million French were mobilized. But Laval was fiercely anti-war, a pacifist. He refused to join the army, and it almost led to his arrest. British and French forces held the German offensive along the Western Front, but at a huge cost. When the guns fell silent on the 11th of November 1918, 1.7 million French were dead and over 4 million injured. The country's infrastructure was in ruins, and they owed millions to their allies. The war claimed the life of Laval's only brother, Jean. The conflict deeply affected Laval. So as the world's powers met in Versailles to devise the post-war order, Laval was determined never to allow France to suffer the horror of war again. He believed that only politics held the key to peace in Europe. In 1924, he became a government minister. So began Laval's ascent up the greasy pole of French politics. It was a climb that saw him become Undersecretary to the Premier, Minister of Justice twice, and Minister of Labour. But Europe was descending into yet another dark period in its history. In 1929, stock markets and banks in New York crashed spectacularly. The crisis spread like cancer throughout the world. The subsequent Great Depression hit industrial nations like Britain, Germany, and America particularly hard. In Germany, the economy crumpled, unemployment soared, and the government collapsed.
Vor uns liegt Deutschland, in uns marschiert Deutschland und hinter uns kommt Deutschland.
the Nazi Party seized control with Adolf Hitler as its leader. And in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor and leader of Germany.
Deve cristallizzare una posizione di potente ingiustizia.
By now, in Italy, Benito Mussolini, the son of a blacksmith, had seized power in a coup. He'd also declared himself dictator and turned Italy into a police state.
More than 300,000 people gathered in the Piazza del Plebiscito. There's only one man in Italy who can collect a throng like that. Yep, you've guessed it. Mussolini himself, Il Duce, the chief.
While these two great dictators rose to power in Germany and Italy, France turned to Pierre Laval. On the 27th of January 1931, he reached his zenith and became Prime Minister. His was a liberal government appointing Blaise Diagne of Senegal to his cabinet, the first black African in a French government. Under Laval, France weathered the world economic storm and became the richest country in Europe. Unemployment was relatively low, and it had vast gold reserves. Laval used that wealth as a means to diplomatic ends. He wooed President Hoover and America with his Gallic charm, and the Americans were smitten. He was named Time magazine's Man of the Year for 1931 and mingled with America's finest. Laval returned to France a world statesman. He now had the credibility and authority to pursue his passion, to forge a lasting peace in Europe. The greatest threat to that peace was Germany, where Hitler was building a massive army and air force. So Laval decided to build an anti-German coalition. In 1935, he traveled to Moscow and signed an anti-German deal with Stalin. Then Laval flew to Italy to try and prise Mussolini from his alliance with Hitler.
Diplomatic overtures between France and Italy have paved the way for the visit to Rome of Monsieur Laval, French Foreign Minister. Inside his palace, Signor Mussolini signs a pact which settles some outstanding differences which have marred the friendship between Italy and France. Monsieur Laval now signs the documents on behalf of his country.
The Stresa Front was a peace treaty between France, Britain, and Italy, a united front against German aggression. But that unity would not last for long.
L'opinione era rimasta indietro. Si aveva dell'Italia una concezione superficiale e pittoresca di quel pittoresco che io detesto.
Mussolini's ambition was to create a new Roman Empire. He'd built a massive military machine comprising one of the largest navies in the world. It made Italy and Mussolini a force to be reckoned with. And on October the 3rd, 1935, he decided to test its strength. His grand plan began with the invasion of Abyssinia, modern-day Ethiopia. Abyssinia was a free, sovereign, independent nation, and this act of aggression by Mussolini caused international outrage.
He wanted more colonists, and he flung his picturesque robber band into battle against almost defenseless Abyssinians. The memories of the use of poison gas and the bombing of a simple people with no planes or anti-aircraft weapons, these memories are still fresh today.
The world looked to France and Britain to uphold the rule of law and deal with Mussolini. Laval, the former pacifist, was desperate to avoid war at any cost. So he and British Foreign Secretary Samuel Hoare secretly put forward a plan to carve up Abyssinia and allow Italy to stay. In return, Mussolini agreed to honor the Stresa Front deal and oppose German aggression. But the so-called Hoare-Laval Pact was leaked to the press. The British and French public were disgusted that their leaders had failed to stop Mussolini's aggression. The pact fell apart. Laval lost his job and would forever bear a grudge.
He's very disappointed with the way that the Hoare-Laval Pact turns out. And this instills in Laval a sense of disillusion with the British, and this helps encourage in him an idea that the British can't really be trusted.
In time, Laval would find more reasons to dislike the British. For now, he returned to the backbenches, where he formed a lasting alliance with a First World War hero, Marshal Philippe Pétain. But more significant events were about to unfold that would eventually see Laval return to power and ultimately lead him to the firing squad. On September the 1st, 1939, Hitler's tanks stormed into Poland. France and Britain united to declare war on Germany. All Laval's attempts to keep the peace had come to nothing. He was horrified, telling a friend,
It has begun. There will be millions of corpses.
On the 10th of May 1940, the German army launched their blitzkrieg, invading Holland, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And 5 days later, it was France's turn. The Germans smashed their way across the border. The speed of their assault was overwhelming. They cut a deep scar into northeastern France and headed for Paris. Thousands of French surrendered in their wake. French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud telephoned Winston Churchill.
I woke him up. I told him, we have lost the battle. We are beaten. But Churchill seemed so astonished that I had to repeat, we are beaten, we have lost the battle. Impossible, he said.
On the 14th of June 1940, German forces entered Paris. At 10 p.m. that night, President Reynaud resigned. His replacement was Pierre Laval's ally, 84-year-old Marshal Philippe Pétain. Pétain was loved in France as a war hero, but even this experienced warrior could see that the French had no choice: surrender or face annihilation. The game was up. Pétain told the French to lay down their arms. But not all Frenchmen agreed. Brigadier General Charles de Gaulle, Under-Secretary for War and a tank commander, refused to surrender. Along with other senior military officers, he fled to Britain, from where he addressed his nation.
L'honneur, le bon sens, l'intérêt supérieur de la patrie commande à tous les Français libres de continuer le combat là où ils seront et comme ils pourront. Vive la France, libre dans l'honneur et dans l'indépendance.
But there was little response. For millions of French people, running to the hills and joining the resistance just wasn't an option. They had families and responsibilities. They had farms to run and businesses to maintain. So despite de Gaulle's call to arms, most French people accepted their fate. Four days later, Marshal Pétain agreed to Hitler's terms of surrender. France was split in two. Germany would control the north, while Pétain would govern the south of the country from the small town of Vichy. The surrender was signed at Compiègne, northeast of Paris. The meeting was even held in the same railway carriage used by the Allies to accept the German surrender in 1918. For France, the humiliation was complete. Hitler was ecstatic. News of the surrender was broadcast by loudspeaker cars to a devastated French people.
Devra rejoindre les forces à désigner et sera démobilisé et désarmé sous contrôle allemand, respectivement italien.
On the 11th of July 1940, Marshal Pétain appointed Pierre Laval as his prime minister. Laval's return to the cabinet was under very different conditions than before. This time, he would have to work with the Nazis. Millions of people were now looking to him to protect and defend them, and he would soon learn what collaboration would mean. A large part of the French Navy was moored off Mers el-Kabir in Algeria. Fearful that Hitler would get his hands on it, Winston Churchill demanded Laval hand it over or have it destroyed. Laval refused. So Churchill sent a task force led by the biggest battle cruiser in the world, HMS Hood. When it reached Mers el-Kabir, Churchill gave orders to sink the French fleet. "1,300 French sailors were killed. Laval was outraged with Churchill and demanded a counterattack against his former ally, the British. Pétain refused, but Hitler was impressed. Laval had passed his first test. Very soon, Hitler would ask Laval for even more. As autumn of 1940 approached, Hitler was planning the invasion of Britain. Pétain and Laval were summoned by the Führer.
Der französische Regierungschef Marschall Pétain trifft ein und wird mit militärischen Ehren empfangen.
In a key meeting in the town of Montoire, Hitler asked Pétain to join him and declare war on Britain. Pétain again refused, but agreed to an historic compromise. He revealed the outcome of the meeting to the French people.
I responded freely to the Führer's invitation. I underwent no diktat, no pressure from him. A collaboration was envisioned between our two countries. I accepted the principles. The details will be discussed later.
At the time, collaboration did not seem to be such a dirty word. Millions of French people were already sharing their lives with the Nazis. Collaborating was seen as normal. For instance, the famous French designer Coco Chanel conducted a long affair with a German officer who installed her in his suite in the Ritz Hotel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
And world-famous entertainer Maurice Chevalier would soon be singing to German soldiers in Berlin.
All right, thank you, boys.
Even Jean Borotra, the legendary Wimbledon tennis champion, became a collaborator. He became Vichy's Minister of Sport, though he always claimed he and Pétain were true French patriots.
It was a thing which almost all the Frenchmen wanted very badly, that to see the Germans going out. And of course, he knew that it was going to be a long process, and he could say nothing about it. He never said that to anybody, I think. But he had to manage at that time to see to it that France could live until that happened.
Until then, the people of Vichy France would have to coexist with the Germans. Hitler did allow Pétain to keep his own Vichy police force. Soldier Jacques Delrue was one of those who collaborated by signing up.
Mais je ne pensais pas du tout, quand je suis rentré à la police, c'était pour arriver à quitter l'armée, mais je ne pensais pas du tout y faire une carrière. Et puis j'ai découvert que c'était un métier qui pouvait être tout à fait passionnant.
Marshal Pétain's view of collaboration was that he should do as little as possible to help Hitler.
Alors, ce que je peux dire, c'est que parmi mes collègues, beaucoup admiraient le maréchal Pétain. Mais tous étaient extrêmement anti-allemands, à part, bien évidemment, il y a toujours des exceptions.
One of those exceptions was Pierre Laval. At the end of November 1940, he signed over 220 tons of French gold to the Nazis. Laval had pleased Hitler again, but Pétain was furious, and Laval was sacked. Laval went home to his family and local Parisian politics, but he'd already become a hated figure. Laval was shot twice by a would-be assassin. The gunman was sentenced to death, but Laval spared him. During his recovery, Pétain suggested he return to government, and even Hitler intervened to speed the comeback of a trusted collaborator. But how things had changed. When Laval left government in 1940, the Second World War was essentially a European conflict. Now it had assumed global proportions. The Germans had invaded the Soviet Union, but their advance had been halted by fierce fighting. In the east, Japan had attacked the US naval base at Pearl Harbor. In support of his Japanese allies, Hitler had declared war on the USA. The might of the American military machine had now been unleashed on Germany. Hitler simply could not compete. He was fighting a war on many fronts and was struggling to keep pace. The war was going badly. In Russia, the German army was bogged down on the outskirts of Stalingrad. In the air, the British and now American planes were bombing German cities. Hitler was running short of tanks, guns, ammunition, and and most importantly, men. Production of weapons and equipment was at full capacity, and German workers were stretched to the limit. Pierre Laval could have used the situation to renegotiate the terms of the collaboration with Germany. But instead, he decided to reaffirm his desire to work with the Nazis, stating,
"No threat will prevent me from pursuing agreement and reconciliation with Germany, because this policy is prompted solely by a concern for France."
Hitler asked Laval to follow those words with action. He demanded 250,000 skilled French workers be sent to Germany to help the war effort. How could Laval appease Hitler and protect his people? Was this a collaboration too far? Laval negotiated with Hitler and won a compromise. One French prisoner of war would be returned to France in exchange for 3 workers sent to Germany. La Relève, or exchange, got underway immediately. The first few thousand POWs were released from German camps and loaded onto trains heading back to France. To the returning POWs, Laval was a hero. He personally welcomed home the first trainload at Compiègne. As the POWs disembarked, they swapped places with French workers, who then left for the foundries of Germany's industrial heartland, the Ruhr. But this rare French triumph was tarnished when Laval justified the scheme in a newspaper article.
"I hope for German victory, because without it, Bolshevism will install itself everywhere tomorrow."
That hope for a German victory would return to haunt him. Until now, Laval's collaboration with Hitler had concerned materials, goods, and workers. But now, Hitler asked him for blood. For years, the Nazis had rounded up Jews from all over Europe and interned them, awaiting the answer to what they called the Jewish question. By January 1942, they had their answer. Death camps were built in Poland. Jews from all over Europe would be transferred to the camps and liquidated. At the start of the occupation of France, a commission for Jewish questions had been set up, and there was no shortage of Frenchmen willing to help the Nazis answer those questions.
Je pense que il n'y a pas une très grande différence entre la France et l'Angleterre, et encore moins avec l'Amérique à ce sujet-là. Mon idée, c'était qu'il fallait surtout éliminer l'influence juive de secteurs où ils étaient extrêmement influents, où ils pesaient sur l'opinion publique.
Anti-Semitism laws had also been repealed.
100 Français de vieilles souches françaises, 90 au moins sont de vrais blancs, purs de tout autre mélange racial. Il n'en est pas de même des juifs. Celui-ci est issu de métissage accompli il y a déjà plusieurs millénaires entre des Aryens, des Mongols et des nègres. Le juif a donc un visage, un corps, des attitudes, des gestes.
Thousands of Jews, gypsies and communists in occupied France had been sent to internment camps, including the biggest here at Drancy, near Paris. All this happened while Pierre Laval was in his political wilderness. But just after Laval's return to office in July 1942, one of the most infamous roundups took place in Paris. During Operation Spring Breeze, 13,000 foreign-born Jews, men, women, and children, were arrested. Any childless couples were taken straight to the Drancy camp. But families were kept at the winter velodrome in terrible conditions and then deported to the Auschwitz death camp. This all took place in German-occupied France. It had nothing to do with Laval. But it is now known that the Vichy government shed no tears over the fate of the foreign Jews in France, who were seen as a nuisance. Laval even called them the dregs. The effect of the roundup was to drive hundreds into the arms of the French resistance. In the countryside, they were called the Maquis.
Up in the High Savoy, in the Pyrenees and in other mountain districts, the reborn France is being nurtured to lusty manhood by the Maquis, those bands of young men who, in the words of de Gaulle, do not accept defeat. Organized sabotage has reached proportions highly alarming to the enemy. One of the most recent triumphs of the Maquis was the blowing up at Grenoble of a German barracks, killing 500 Nazis, wounding many more.
Late in 1942, the resistance staged a bombing campaign against German targets in the city of Marseille. Many Nazis were wounded or killed.
They're worried about Marseille as a city. Marseille has a really bad reputation. It's a city which is associated with gangsterism in the 1930s, with the black market. And so the Germans are worried that this is going to be a city that's going to be a difficult area to police.
Hitler called Marseille the cancer of Europe and sent in the SS. But fearing a bloodbath, Pierre Laval convinced Hitler to let his own police force run the operation.
À Marseille, nous tombons dans cette énorme concentration de forces de police. De toute la zone libre, on avait amené plus de 1000 inspecteurs de police, 10-12 000 gardiens de la paix, gardes mobiles, gendarmes, etc.
They say to the Germans, we will carry out raids across the city, identity checks. We will go into people's houses and see that they're in order, see that they're not prostitutes, they're not Jews, etc. And we'll do this across the city.
But it wasn't enough for the SS, who insisted the old port be demolished.
They're worried about these narrow streets in the old parts of Marseille around the Vieux-Port, Le Panier district as it's called. They're worried about the fact that this could be a place where resistors hang out.
On the 16th of January 1943, the assault on Marseille began.
Les sapeurs, les gens des mines de l'armée allemande ont fait sauter les immeubles un par un sans la moindre précaution. Ils mettaient le maximum de charge pour que ça aille vite.
1,400 buildings were destroyed. And although the operation was intended to root out terrorists, 1,600 mostly foreign Jews were taken to Drancy. It was the French police who loaded the Jews onto the trains.
Et c'était un spectacle épouvantable, vous savez. Et puis on a arriver tous ces gens évacués du Vieux-Port avec des paquets, des baluchons, des valises, des enfants, enfin, des matelas roulés pour certains. Enfin, et ces gens-là, on les a aidés à monter dans ces wagons. Nous sommes montés avec eux, un gardien par wagon. Mais on disait que les Allemands les envoyaient travailler à l'Est, enfin, etc. La réalité des camps de concentration, tels qu'ils ont, d'extermination, on l'a découverte qu'à la fin de la guerre, qu'après la guerre, après l'occupation, disons.
Once again, Laval had calculated that doing the Nazis' bidding was the best policy for protecting Vichy France. But across the Mediterranean Sea, the war in North Africa was about to wreck his delicate plan. The German army was reeling from the effects of the British assault at El Alamein. Then Allied forces led by the Americans attacked the Germans from the west. The German army beat a hasty retreat. Hitler's southwestern flank was now exposed to the American forces. He couldn't risk an Allied invasion of France via Vichy. He had no choice but to take over Vichy and occupy the whole of France. The invasion took just 2 days. On the 19th of November, all of France was under Hitler's control. He summoned Pierre Laval and demanded more workers for Germany, yet another 250,000. Laval stalled again, but he had to make a key concession promising to deal with the French resistance once and for all.
Ici, Londres. Veuillez écouter tout d'abord quelques messages personnels.
The resistance, aided by British intelligence, was growing in strength and numbers. Encouraged, enthused, and equipped by General Charles de Gaulle and his Free French Army in London, it was becoming a ruthless guerrilla army. They sabotaged railway lines, they ambushed German troops, and assassinated officers. Hitler demanded action. He ordered Laval to create a new pro-German force called the Milice. It marked a turning point for Laval. By June 1943, the Milice had signed up over 30,000 men. They conducted summary executions, assassinations, and helped capture Jews and other enemies of the Reich for deportation. Until this point, Laval could argue he had balanced Berlin's demands with the welfare of the French. But with the formation of the Milice, he had crossed the line. He became an active persecutor of his own people. The Milice quickly expanded operations, committing terrible crimes.
La milice a constitué des cours martiales, des tribunaux d'exception qui ont siégé dans les prisons, un peu partout en France. Moi, je les ai entendus donc, dans la prison de Limoges. Et les gens qui venaient d'être condamnés, quand on les a emmenés dans le chemin de ronde pour être fusillés, ils ont tous chanté la Marseillaise. Et la Marseillaise, je l'entendais d'une oreille distraite, comme tout le monde, mais je ne l'ai plus jamais entendue de la même façon.
Just as Laval was losing his grip on law and order, Germany was losing its grip on Europe. Its army was in full retreat. Stalin's Red Army had driven them out of the Soviet Union and had retaken Poland. The Allied armies had landed in Italy and liberated Rome. And Berlin was being bombed around the clock.
The people of Berlin, like those of so many other German cities, are now getting the full taste of the war they themselves so callously loosed on the world.
Losses on the Eastern Front were huge. Hitler was getting desperate and demanded Laval send him more French workers to rebuild his broken army. Again, Laval stalled, but soon matters were taken from his hands. 6th of June 1944, the Allies landed in northern France. D-Day was the beginning of the end for the Third Reich. But rather than join the Allied troops in fighting the Germans, Laval told his countrymen,
"You are not in the war. You must not take part in the fighting. If you do not observe this rule, if you show proof of indiscipline, you will provoke reprisals, the harshness of which the government would be powerless to moderate. You would suffer, both physically and materially." At this moment, fraught with drama, when the war is being carried on to our territory, show by your worthy and disciplined attitude that you are thinking of France and only of her.
But no one in France was listening to him. Towns and villages all over northern France were liberated, one by one. With American forces on the outskirts of Paris, Laval, Pétain, and the detested milice were taken to Germany and kept at the castle at Sigmaringen, on the banks of the Danube. In Paris, the resistance seized their chance. They grabbed what weapons they could and fought the Germans in the streets.
As the Nazis flee for the Reich, they suffer at the hands of French patriots. The German crew leaps from the frying pan into the fire.
They were even joined by some of Laval's Vichy police.
Contrairement à ce que beaucoup de gens pensent, beaucoup de policiers ont été résistants. Il y a beaucoup de policiers qui ont rendu des services en faisant des fausses cartes d'identité. Ça a été mon cas. Hein, mais c'était des petites choses, même si on sauvait une vie humaine, au milieu de cette énorme tragédie. C'était des grains de sable. Mais bon, si on sauve une vie, on sauve une vie. Hein.
On the 19th of August, 1944, Paris was liberated. General Charles de Gaulle, leader of the Free French, returned in triumph.
Libéré par son peuple avec le concours des armées de la France, avec l'appui et le concours de la France tout entière, c'est-à-dire de la France qui se bat, c'est-à-dire de la seule France, de la vraie France, de la France éternelle.
The Allied army now pushed on towards Germany, and in April 1945, they reached Sigmaringen. The net was closing in on Pierre Laval, and he fled to Spain. Meanwhile, Charles de Gaulle was installed as president of a provisional government and negotiated an extradition order to return Laval to Paris. Laval was arrested and charged with plotting against the security of the state and of collaborating with the enemy. He was locked up, awaiting trial. The rest of France descended into recrimination and reprisal. Nazi collaborators were humiliated, beaten, and murdered. Ironically, many ended up in the Drancy camp, waiting for a trial rather than a death train.
News from France includes this eminently satisfactory picture from Drancy, near Paris. Once a concentration camp for Jews during the German occupation, it is now full of collaborationists.
Pierre Laval would soon have his day in court, but first he was called as a witness in the trial of Marshal Pétain.
Mais un témoin nouveau va pouvoir être entendu. Une vraie vedette cette fois. Rien moins que Pierre Laval.
Despite Laval's unwavering support for Pétain, the former president was convicted of treason and sentenced to death. De Gaulle commuted the sentence, and he lived out the rest of his days on an island off the Atlantic coast. Now it was Laval's turn. His trial began on the 11th of October 1945. Laval, the skilled negotiator and talented barrister, knew that his defense was futile. Laval's legal team had never met him, and before long they asked to be relieved. The trial descended into chaos, with constant outbursts from the jury and arguments between the prosecutors and Laval. Eventually, Laval decided to remain silent and then to be tried in absentia. 33 witnesses were called, but only 4 appeared, none for the defense. The key piece of evidence against him was the newspaper article from the 22nd of June 1942, where Laval had called for a German victory. He was sentenced to death.
At sunrise, a firing squad files into the prison where Laval is held. An empty hearse arrives. In the enclosed courtyard of the prison, Laval is led to face his executioners.
Laval was tied to a stake. He asked permission to give the order to fire himself, but was refused. From the prison came cries of "Vive Laval! Long live Laval!" Laval himself cried, "Vive la France!"
A traitor is dead. Pierre Laval now lies in an unhonored cemetery with his fellow criminals against mankind.
But was Pierre Laval a criminal against mankind? At his trial, Laval had asked to be judged not by his words, but by his deeds. In his defense, Laval was a negotiator and a compromiser whose skill with words was his only weapon in a deadly game with the Nazis. And he'd been dealt a poor hand. His country had been defeated and occupied. Someone had to face the Nazis across the negotiating table. Laval was that person. Sacrifices and compromises were inevitable. He would claim that he had won the return of thousands of prisoners of war, albeit at a cost. And he had repeatedly and successfully fended off Hitler's demands for more workers. But against this, he did little to save thousands of foreign Jews who were deported to the death camps and exterminated. And when he set up the milice, he knew he'd created a monster that would run rampant through the country, murdering his own people. It was by these actions that Pierre Laval stands condemned to this day. In this forest in the Baltic country of Latvia, one of the worst atrocities of the Second World War took place. In the winter of 1941, over 24,000 Latvian Jews were marched out of their houses and homes, stripped of their belongings and then their clothes, lined up in their dozens atop vast trenches. and shot twice in the head. Any that did not fall into the ditches were pushed down by so-called kickers.
Tas šausmas bija tik briesmīgas, kā viss tas šķita nereāli. Tas jau nemaz nevar būt. Tas ir tikai tā kā tāda filma, kā tāds sapnis.
Though they didn't actually pull the triggers, it was Latvians who did the rounding up, the stripping, the marching of the Jews to their deaths, and the kicking of them into their graves. Led by this man, Victor's Aras, the Aras Commando were responsible for many more atrocities during the war.
We can directly attribute approximately 26,000 deaths directly to the Aras Commando.
But what drove Victor's Aras and his men to kill their own people? Were they coerced, deluded by the Nazis? Or were they just plain evil? This is the uncomfortable truth about Latvia's most brutal and vicious Nazi collaborators. The Aras Commando. Latvia had been part of the Russian Empire for almost 200 years. But in 1918, its people were set free. The proud new independent Latvia wore its heart on its sleeve. Its people were deeply nationalistic and fiercely protective of their newfound freedom. In 1934, former Prime Minister Kārlis Ulmanis, inspired by Mussolini, portrayed himself as the great protector of Latvia's independence. In May, he garnered the support of the Latvian army and marched on the capital, Riga. In a bloodless coup, Ulmanis took control of the country and declared himself president. One who shared that passion was 24-year-old Victor's Aras, the son of a blacksmith. He'd left university and joined the Latvian police in support of the new regime. Ulmanis was immensely popular, and the country flourished under him. But beneath the populist wrapping was a repressive government. Censorship was key to the Ulmanis dogma, so the press was gagged and political parties banned, though Latvia was certainly not anti-Semitic. By the 1930s, Jews and other minorities had been stripped of their human rights, persecuted and imprisoned in Nazi Germany. Most had no option but to put up and shut up. Some preferred to leave. The only problem was that the rest of Europe was unwilling to take them. Latvia was the exception. It became a safe haven for the Jews and other minorities fleeing Nazi Germany. But in their new home, under a strict news blackout, they had no newspapers or radio and almost no idea that a war had started. The Jewish population had reached about 90,000, when in 1940, Latvia's world fell apart. Latvia had been free of the Soviet Union for just 22 years. Now their former oppressors who had ruled them for 200 years were back. Stalin had cut a deal with Hitler to carve up Eastern Europe. Hitler got most of Poland. Stalin got the Baltic states, including Latvia. For people like Victor's Aras, It was a catastrophe. The occupiers swiftly imposed a regime of terror. Over 35,000 Latvians were deported to work in Soviet labor camps known as gulags. They were the lucky ones. Thousands more were murdered and buried in mass graves. But less than a year after their historic deal, Hitler double-crossed Stalin. Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, and on the 22nd of June 1941, invaded. The Baltic states, including Latvia, stood between Hitler's armies and Moscow. The Germans crossed the Lithuanian border and with lightning speed reached Latvia's frontier the next day. They reached Riga, the capital, by the end of the same week. What little pro-Soviet resistance there was put up a stern fight, but they were no match for the strength or size of the German army, and was soon overwhelmed. As the German army entered Riga on the 1st of July, they were greeted by delirious crowds, free at last from the brutality of the Soviet regime. Rather than being detested as invaders, the Germans were welcomed as liberators. Even Jews waved their red and white Latvian flags, among them the Latvian Jewish Vestamanis family. They would soon discover the Nazis' real intentions.
Tie, kas bija gaidījušas vāciešus, protams, viņus apsveic ar puķiem un tā tālāk. Rīgas radiofona stacija, kas bija klusējusi cīņu dienās ap Rīgu, pēkšņi atdzīvojās, atskanēja Latvijas valsts himna, un diktors latviski uzrunāja radioklausītājus. Sagaidiet mūsu vācu armijas atbrīvotājus, tie atbrīvots mūs no komunistu bolševiku jūga, un beidza ar uzsaukumu sitiet žīdus un komunistus. Tā jau mums ļāva nojaust, ka mēs esam lemti lielai traģēdijai.
Among the invasion forces was Walter Stahlecker, a former civil servant. He reported directly to Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS. Stahlecker's men began spreading rumors that all Latvian Jews were communists, and it was they who were responsible for the atrocities during Soviet occupation. They even disinterred corpses of victims of the communists and accused the Jews of their death. The very first edition of the Nazi newspaper Tavia wrote, "The Jewish-led Bolsheviks are thieves and murderers." Those words were seen by the 31-year-old Latvian police officer, Viktors Aras. Aras had been at school with Walter Stahlecker's official translator and saw an opportunity to further his career.
I think Aras was personally a very ambitious man. He sought to align himself with existing power structures. We saw this in wanting to be a police officer in Riga in a special unit, joining prestigious student fraternity, and in the early days of July, most faithfully aligning himself with the Nazis.
Stahlecker saw Aras as a willing collaborator and asked him to form an auxiliary police group to help his men round up Jews. Within days, an advert appeared in the newspaper Tavia, calling all patriotic Latvians, students, officers, militiamen and citizens who are ready to actively take part in the cleansing of our country of undesirable elements. The group was even named after Victor Zaraz. It was the Araz Commando. About 100 applied, among them Herbert Sukas, a Latvian aviation pioneer. He became Araz's right-hand man. At the very start of the occupation, Riga and its people were calm.
Nebija nekādu spontānu akciju, kāda tur, kad kādiem ebrejiem vai kādiem kreisiem strādniekam kāds tur uzbrukt, viss bija samērā mierīgi. Bet tur nebija būtībā tikpat kā nekāda pretebreja pasākumu paredzēta. Vienīgais, kas bija, ka ebrejiem bija aizliegt stāvēt rindās pie veikaliem.
Soon, anti-Semitic propaganda appeared on the streets. Jews were required to display 2 yellow stars of David stitched to the front and back of their clothes. Then the Araz Commando's reign of terror began. All telephone lines were cut, and the Araz Commando went on the rampage in downtown Riga.
Bet naktī parādījās apbruņoti cilvēki, tie saucamie latviešu pašaizsardzība, apbruņoti ar sakambēlu sarkanām lentēm, kuri lauzās ebreju dzīvokļus, itin kā policija, nekādas jau ieroči jau nemeklēja, sāka laupīt un piekaut. No mūsu ģimenes
The Araz Commando stirred up anti-Jewish riots, pogroms. Almost all places of Jewish worship were ransacked. On the 4th of July, the Araz Commando slammed shut the doors of the Great Choral Synagogue on Gogol Street and set the building alight. This is all that remains of the synagogue today. Some reported that Jews were herded into the building beforehand. Others that the synagogue was full of Lithuanian refugees. Eyewitnesses placed Victor Zaraz and Herbert Sukas personally at the scene. There were 300 inside. All perished in the flames. While Riga burned, the next target was to eliminate Jews in the rest of the country. Liepāja, Latvia's second largest port, was a cosmopolitan city with a vibrant Jewish community. The German army were followed into the city by a squad of Walter Stahlecker's men, an Einsatzgruppe. There were 4 such squads spread over Eastern Europe. Their task, to eradicate all enemies of Germany. Einsatzgruppe A was assigned to the Baltic states. It was considered the most murderous. They immediately began interrogating Liepāja citizens and randomly shooting Jews on the street. A week later, Walter Stahlecker ordered them to speed up the killing. So they turned to Latvian collaborators, like the Araz Commando. On the 8th of July, those collaborators rounded up as many Jews as they could find, loaded them onto trucks, and drove them to this beach, where the Nazi hit squad was waiting. Reinhard Wiener, a German sailor, was on shore leave. He was a witness to what happened next.
Dort waren ringsherum deutsche Soldaten. Zunächst, ich stellte mich dann hin in der zweiten Reihe von den Soldaten auf, in einem Abstand von etwa 50 Metern vom Graben entfernt und wartete nun, was geschieht.
Wiener had with him a cine camera and began to film what he saw.
Es dauerte gar nicht lange, kam ein Lastwagen angefahren, ein Pritschenwagen mit Menschen drauf.
The Jews were driven to the beach and guarded by Latvians.
Und an allen 4 Ecken dieser Pritsche standen Zivilisten mit gelben Armbinden und einem mit Gewehr. Sondern haben da irgendetwas gerufen, was ich nicht verstand. Und daraufhin sprangen nachher die Menschen auf und ich sah, dass sie gelbe Lappen, gelbe Flicken vorn und hinten und auf dem Rücken, auf der Brust und auf dem Rücken hatten.
But the unloading process was not the end of the Latvian Guard's duties.
Und die wurden nachher von den anderen aufgefangen und dann mussten sie erstmal in Reihe antreten und wurden dann nachher auf den Graben zugejagt, getrieben. Und das war von der SS und lettischen Heimwehr, die das gemacht haben. Dann mussten sie in den Graben reinspringen und den Graben entlanglaufen bis ans Ende.
Wiener then moved his camera closer to the trench.
Mussten sich mit dem Rücken zum Exekutionskommando stellen. Also sie wussten ja im Moment, als sie den Graben gesehen haben, werden sie vielleicht gewusst haben, was mit ihnen geschieht. Und werden auch gefühlt haben, weil unten bereits eine Schicht Toter lag, auf die nur eine dünne Sandschicht geschaufelt wurde. Das Exekutionskommando stand von hinten und dann bekam das Exekutionskommando den Befehl, nach vorzutreten und dann den Schießbefehl. Sie wurden also von hinten erschossen. Ich hatte so den Eindruck, dass sie nur erschossen wurden, weil sie Juden waren.
It is thought up to 300 were killed on this day, but Stahlecker was far from satisfied. Over the next few days, 900 more were shot. It was the first sign that Latvians, like the Aras commando, were willing not just to collaborate with the Nazis, but also to participate in the mass extermination of the Jews. With this phase of the operation complete, attention returned to Riga. While it looks like any quiet, clean suburb of Riga, these streets once formed the boundary of what was the Riga Ghetto of 1941. Just as in Poland and other Nazi-occupied countries, Latvian Jews were relocated into a ghetto. Concentrating Jews in city ghettos like this granted the Nazis more time to work out exactly how they were going to kill them. The Moscow Quarter, on the banks of the river Daugava, was an area of 16 blocks and was chosen for its poor housing and sanitation. On the 23rd of October, the Jews of Riga were ordered to leave their homes and report for transfer to the ghetto.
Visu to iedzīvu, kas tika atļauta, jau stāvēja un skatījās, ko drīkst ņemt līdzi un ko nedrīkst ņemt līdzi, ja nu ļoti maz. tikai pašu nepieciešamāko, to tad uz stumjamiem ratiņiem tad stūma uz to geto rajonu.
The empty homes left behind by the Jews were ransacked, first by the Nazis to send goods and furniture back to Germany, and then by the Latvian police as payment for their collaboration. When the ghetto was sealed in mid-October 1941, there were almost 30,000 inside. The perimeter was secured with barbed wire and guarded by Latvian police. Anyone who approached the wire was shot. Riga's Jews were now exactly where the Nazis wanted them. Inside the ghetto, they were hounded constantly by the likes of the Aras Commando, who would beat the Jews by day and steal from them by night. Meager rations left the Jews feeling desperately hungry.
Tā saspiestība geto jau bija briesmīga. Arī latviešu pārtikas devis jau bija pietiekoši mazas, bet šeit vēl bija puse. Kaut kāda maize tur deva, jā, tur 250 gramu dienā bija paredzēti. Un gaļas vietā tur kādas siļķu galvas, jau pūstoši kāposti, bet cilvēki, kuriem vēl bija kaut kāda pārtika, kaut kādas konserves paņemtas līdz, baidījās to ēst, jo vēl jau būs ziema. Visi jau gatavojas, ka tas geto vēl eksistēs kādu laiku.
But after just 5 weeks in the ghetto, before dawn on the 30th of November, hundreds of drunken Aras Commando kicked down the ghetto gate and stormed inside.
They barged into the ghetto 4 a.m. and began hauling people out onto the street and setting them in columns of 1,000 people each. And the Jews were told that they were being relocated for labor.
In the initial terrifying storming of the ghetto, 1,000 Jews died.
Un dažkārt uz tiem, kas mēģināja apsēsties ceļa malā, turpat šāva, vai vienkārši šāva, vienkārši pūlī. Un cilvēki mēģināja, vecāki cilvēki, bērni mēģināja apsēsties. Tad pirmoreiz parādījās, lūk, šie Araja komanda. Jā, parādījās pirmoreiz, cilvēki jau atpazina viņu cukurs. Un tad ap pusdienas laiku, ap 1, tad viņi sāka dzīt prom. Un uz Ludzas ielas palika 10 un 10 līķu, bērni un veci cilvēki.
"12,000 were now escorted out of the ghetto by German soldiers and Latvian police. At first it wasn't clear what had become of them. But rumors spread fast that the Nazis had murdered everyone.
Bet mēs vēl neticējām. Un vācieši vēl mēģināja arī uzturēt šo cerību, ja? Izplatīja zīmītes, rakstīts idišā kaut kādam Ābramam, kaut kādam Haimam, kaut kādam, nezinu, kur viņš ir palicis, jā. Dažkārt pat ar uzvārdiem, ka mēs esam nometnē Salaspilī. Tur ir nometnes, un tur sievietes mazgā vēļu, un veci cilvēki pieskata bērnus.
The 12,000 had been marched out of the ghetto, but they had not been taken to concentration camps. In fact, they'd been handed over to this man, Lieutenant General Friedrich Jeckeln. Jeckeln had developed a system for packing bodies in mass graves by lining them up like sardines in a tin before being shot. He called it Sardine Packing. Jeckeln had perfected his system at a place called Babi Yar, where he'd sardine packed 33,000 Jews. He'd been summoned to Berlin where Heinrich Himmler, chief architect of the Holocaust, had commanded him to rid the Baltic states of every Jew. The 12,000 Jews of the Riga ghetto had been sardine packed. Jekeln had traveled to Latvia to plan the crime meticulously. First, he'd found the location, Rumbula, a forest 10 kilometers from the ghetto. It was close to the main road out of the city and had loose sandy soil. He had 3 pits dug by Russian prisoners of war, and then he'd hand-picked a murderous gang of Germans. There were just 12. He knew them all personally and included his driver and his bodyguard. But how could just 12 men murder thousands of Jews? Jekeln would need help with the logistics. So he chose Victor's Aras, Herbert Sukers, and the Aras Commando.
The participation of a large number of Latvian auxiliaries was necessary to carry it off. That can't be denied. The Germans didn't have the manpower to do it by themselves.
The Aras Commando's ranks had now swollen to over 1,000. Students, builders, policemen, even one accountant had volunteered to join the gang. Most were under 30 years old. Some were anti-communist, some anti-Semitic. Others were attracted by the excellent wages. Now they were to become collaborators in the most heinous of war crimes. The roundup in the ghetto was still fresh in everyone's minds. And the Westermanis family sensed that time was running out.
Naktī mēs dzirdam, kā tēvs runā ar māti čukstus. Tēvs saka mātei, Roza, mums ir jāaiziet idišā. Un dafā vegēn. Jāaiziet no dzīves. Jaunie, varbūt vēl kādi izēja ir, bet te jau nekas nebūs. Viņam jau bija tikai 60 gadi. Un māte raud un saka, nē. Nu, viņam bija inde. Gribēja aiziet no dzīves. Viņš saprata, ka nekas vairs tur nebūs. Māte rauda un saka un atkārto jau histeriski, saka, nē. A to glebam ir žehlebam. Viena dzīves diena, dzīvot vienu dienu, arī tā ir dzīve. Kaut vai vienu dienu vēl.
Any thoughts that the friends they'd seen taken from the ghetto were still alive were banished a week later. Because on the 8th of December 1941, the Aras Commando came back. Once again, Jews were lined up in columns of 1,000, including, this time, the mother, sister, and older brother of Margas Westermanis. The Aras Commando then marched them out of the city.
They served in the indispensable role of providing the cordon. In other words, clear the ghetto out, get the Jews set on their march towards Rumbula, make sure they don't escape. That is an absolutely vital, crucial, pivotal role. Without them, it couldn't have been carried off.
As the columns reached Rumbula, even more Aras Commando, drunk on vodka, forced the Jews to strip and abandon their luggage. They then kicked them and punched them towards the trenches. The 12 German marksmen worked in shifts. Roughly 16 were killed every minute. While Jekeln gave orders from the head of the trenches, the Aras Commando organized the huge conveyor belt of victims. 12,000 had been killed on the first day. This time, there were even more. A survivor later testified how a woman begged Victor's Aras for mercy, only to be told, "Today, Jewish blood must flow." No photographs or film was ever taken of this event. But the Rumbula station master heard everything and later testified that the shooting finally stopped at 7:45 in the evening. Known as Bloody Sunday, it was the second largest single massacre of Jews in World War II. Over the course of 2 days, over 24,000 were killed and sardine packed, including the mother, sister, and older brother of Margus Vestamanis. It took only 12 of Jekeln's men to shoot them, yet it required 1,500 Aras commando to lead them to the killing grounds and stand guard. Margus Vestamanis and his father were spared because they were deemed fit for work, but it was stark consolation.
Un starp tiem Latvijas ebreju vīriešiem tāds briesmīgs izmisums, un kad nav tai dzīvībai, ja nav nekādas vērtības, kad ir bērni un sievietes un ģimenes ir iznīcināts, un tad sākās tā. Es vienmēr atcerējos ļoti labi latviešu slepkavniekus.
Jekeln and the Aras commando didn't stop at Riga. They turned their attention back to Liepāja. A ghetto had also been established there in June 1941. Now on the 13th of December, the Aras commando began another roundup of Jews, locking them in the women's prison. The next day, they were marched to an old military training ground north of Liepāja, here at Skidia, where more trenches had been dug. Some German soldiers had traveled especially to witness this festival of killing. This series of photographs were taken by an SS officer. Groups of Jews were manhandled towards the trenches, where they were ordered to strip by the Aras commando and Latvian police. Once naked, they were forced to the edge of the pits, where they were shot, this time by one of 3 units, one of Germans, one of Aras commando, and one of Latvian police. Any that did not fall into the trench were pushed down by so-called kickers. Each trench was then covered. In 3 days, over 2,700 Jews were killed. The outlines of the trenches are still visible today. Liepāja had been cleansed. Now almost empty itself, the Riga ghetto was refilled with Jews from Germany. The ghetto had been divided with the surviving Latvian Jews living in one small corner.
Tagad mēs esam dzīvi tie, tā saucamais mazais geto, pretējā pusē ir no Vācijas atvestie, bet arī sievietes un bērni tur ir. Tā kā tiem vāciešiem tas ebreju darba spēks tā kā būtu vajadzīgs. Bet kā galu galā viņi mūs nogalinās, par ko to jau nebija nekādu šaubu.
Each time the ghetto became overcrowded, it was cleared out by the Aras commando. On the 15th of March 1942, 1,900 German Jews were asked to volunteer for transfer to a fish canning factory. It was a joke that would have appealed to Friedrich Jekeln, the sardine packer. The Jews were loaded into Aras commando trucks, driven here to the nearby Bikanieki forest, and shot. The next day, over 1,800 more Jews were transported from the nearby Jungerhof concentration camp to the forest to join the dead from the Riga ghetto. With the help of the Aras Commando, the Nazis were hitting their targets in Latvia, and Walter Stahlecker kept meticulous records. He drew up this map and sent it to Berlin to satisfy them he was following orders. It was called the Coffin Map. The number of dead in Latvia now stood at 35,238. The total number killed so far by the Nazis in the Baltic states as a whole was almost 200,000. But across Europe, the Nazis were dissatisfied with the rate of killing. This document revealed the numbers of Jews in Europe still to be exterminated. So the Nazis changed their murderous strategy. They built death camps in Poland, where all the Jews of Europe could be brought and gassed in massive numbers. There was no longer a need for ghettos. Their occupants were loaded onto trains and taken to the death camps. At the beginning of the German occupation, there were roughly 90,000 Jews in Latvia. Just over a year later, only a few thousand remained. With no more Jews to kill, the Aras Commando became redundant. According to war crimes records, their numbers plummeted to 50 or 60. But for this loyal hardcore group, there was more work to be done. On the Eastern Front, the German army was driving deep inside the Soviet Union. But for all their success, the Germans faced a new threat. It came from attacks from partisans, militiamen who sabotaged supply lines and ambushed German soldiers.
These Russian villagers, men and women, aye, and children too, fought an organized battle of wits, knowing well the certain penalty if caught, death.
The Nazis now sought help from a gang of men who were experienced at rooting out enemies of the state and executing them, the Aras Commando.
The mission of the Aras Commando changed to one of conducting anti-partisan operations. You could almost regard this as a euphemism for conducting reprisal actions.
The Aras Commando were posted to Belarus with a very clear mission.
Anywhere a German supply convoy or train had been blown up or derailed, or German troops coming up to reinforce the front had been shot at, the Aras Commando would go in and kill everyone in the nearest village and burn it down.
But the Nazis didn't just need thugs. They also needed soldiers, men to reinforce the Eastern Front. So they formed the Latvian Legion. Despite the propaganda, most Latvians had to be press-ganged into the Legion. But not the Aras Commando, who, still led by Victor Zaraz, volunteered and spearheaded one of the Legion's 2 divisions. Loyalty was cemented by the promise of a brighter future. The men were told, "You are fighting for a renewal of Latvian independence. You are fighting for freedom for your native Latvia. And after the victory of the Germans, it will become an independent state." The 2 divisions were given different objectives.
One part of the Latvian Legion remained in Latvia, and the other part of the Legion was transferred to Germany to rearm and re-equip and then be tossed back at the front.
As a reward for their service, the Aras Commando were spared the horrors of the Eastern Front and remained in Latvia. But the tide of the war was turning against Germany. By the autumn of 1944, the Red Army was retaking the ground it had lost to the Germans. Now in retreat, the noose was tightening around the Nazis' necks. On the 13th of October 1944, the Soviet army recaptured Riga. In the north of Latvia, the Latvian Legion with the Aras commander fought the Soviets for over 6 months, but to no avail. Because further south, the Red Army made rapid progress into Germany and reached Berlin on the 20th of April 1945. The Third Reich's days were over.
Facing Air Chief Marshal Tedder and Marshal Zhukov is a conquered German general.
Only when Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel signed the German surrender in Berlin on the 9th of May 1945 did the Latvian Legion lay down its arms. At the end of the war, partisans emerged from their hideouts and conducted reprisals against collaborators all across the Baltic states. They would have been targets too, but Herbert Sukers and Victor's Aras were nowhere to be found. In fact, Victor's Aras had managed to escape to Copenhagen, which by then had been liberated by the British. Aras now burned his papers, changed into civilian clothing, and surrendered to the Allied army, claiming to be just an ordinary soldier. But while in a prisoner of war camp, he was recognized by other Latvians and sent to a camp in Germany for former SS members.
A warrant for his arrest was duly issued by the court in Hamburg, but somehow Aras had executed a baffling escape and was simply nowhere to be found in the camp when troops came to serve the warrant.
A hunt for Aras was launched. Rumors spread that he had escaped to South America, or that he had even been recruited by British intelligence. In fact, cloaked beneath the chaos of post-war Germany, he'd simply melted away. And what of Aras's trusted henchman, Herbert Sukers? Known as the Butcher of Riga, Sukers somehow found his way to Brazil in 1946. He settled in Sao Paulo and started a business running tourist flights and boat trips. There he remained, undiscovered, for almost 20 years. His flying business was doing well, and in 1965, Sukers took a telephone call from a new customer, an Austrian businessman who requested a short sightseeing flight. Sukers had no idea that Anton Kunzler, his customer, was not who he said he was, but an agent in the Israeli Secret Service, Mossad. Kunzler arranged a meeting with Sukers at the marina where his boat was moored.
Sukers was very suspicious all the time. I told him, I can take you for a flight around the Sao Paulo and see what's going on. And he said, okay, and they went for a short flight. And after this, Sukers was enough impressed by Anton Kunzler's hints that he's a businessman and he's looking for investors and he's looking for partners, etc. He invited him to have a drink on his small boat. And from this moment on, Sukers started eating the bait that Kunzler gave him.
After gaining Sukers' trust, Kunzler lured his prey to the city of Montevideo in Uruguay. Waiting at a suburban house were other members of the Mossad team. The plan was to restrain Sukas, hold a brief trial, then kill him. But they hadn't counted on Suka's will to live.
They were equipped with a gun with a silencer, a handgun with a silencer, which at the beginning didn't work. So the struggle was really physical struggle, you know. And as far as I understand, there was also a very heavy 5-kilo hammer involved in it. He said something in German, "Lass mich sprechen," yeah? Let me talk. But then the gun with the silencer came back to action, and they shot him twice in the head.
"11 days later, police entered the house. Inside, the body had been left in a trunk. On top was a folder. It contained a note that said Sukas had been condemned to death by those who will never forget. Suka's assassination remains the only state-sponsored murder ever admitted to by Israel. Ten years later, the hunt for Victor's Araz sprang back to life. In 1975, German police were told that Araz had been found and assassinated by a Soviet hit squad.
The case was reopened because this seemed like definitely something that needed to be looked into. First off, it involved a murder. Second of all, it had international espionage implications.
In fact, Araz was found alive and well and living in the German city of Frankfurt.
Prosecutors easily located Araz very shortly thereafter, living under the laughably transparent alias of his own first name and his wife's maiden name, in what they called in the police documents a tumble-down attic apartment in Frankfurt, where he had been working as an apprentice printer, menial job in Frankfurt for 20 years.
After a 4.5-year trial in which Araz initially would not speak and persistently claimed ill health, he was convicted of participating in the murder of at least 13,000 Jews. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, but served just 9 years in Germany's Kassel prison before collapsing and dying from heart failure, age 78. The case of Latvia's worst Nazi collaborator was closed. Today, Latvia is still coming to terms with its past. In 1935, the Jewish population of Latvia had been just over 90,000. By the end of 1941, 75% had been exterminated. But before German occupation, the Latvian people had not been known to be anti-Semitic. To change the Latvians' view of Jews in their country, it took an extremely effective, coordinated, and concerted barrage of Nazi propaganda. It worked on a people who were already fiercely nationalistic. They were deceived into believing that the Jews had collaborated with their worst enemy, the Soviets, and had participated in mass murder. Victor Araz and his thuggish gang succumbed easily to this propaganda, but were also attracted by the violence and the prospect of easy money and endless vodka. As a token of reconciliation, memorials to the Holocaust have been built at Liepāja, Rumbula, Bikinieki, and the Riga Ghetto.
plaši, ne tikai šaurākā ģimene, visi radinieki, visi paziņas, visa tā ebreja pasaule ir briesmīgā veidā gājusi bojā. Jā, tā ir trauma, ko es nesu praktiski visi ebreji nes caur visu dzīvi.
But these memorials are hidden away and not well publicized. They've also been desecrated. More disturbingly, groups like the Fatherland and Freedom Party still gather on Latvia Day each year to pay homage to those who fought alongside the Nazis, including the Aras Commando. The Holocaust in Latvia is still often denied, and until recently was not even taught in schools. Latvia has come a long way since the dark days of World War II, but it still has far to go to fully accept its role in the Holocaust. In any other age, Leon Degrelle would have been a hero. He was handsome, charismatic, ambitious.
La victoire de Rex est certaine. Demain ou après.
A decorated soldier and a leader of men.
He was courageous, sûrement.
Je ne connais qu'un homme politique qui s'est engagé pour combattre lui-même sur le front. Je n'en connais aucun autre.
But unfortunately, Leon Degrelle was also a Belgian fascist. And he fell in love with Nazi Germany.
Gerade 7 Mann hoch war, sprach sie schon 2 Grundsätze aus.
For years, he courted the Nazis, and for years, they rejected him. But eventually Hitler welcomed him into his embrace, but at a terrible price. For to be accepted by the Nazis, Degrelle would have to betray everything he stood for. He would betray his faith, his country, and become a collaborator. He was prepared to sacrifice those who followed him and see Belgium eradicated entirely. Leon Degrelle was born in 1906 here in Bouillon, a small town in the heart of Belgium's Ardennes. His father ran a successful brewery business, and in the 1920s he underwent a strict Jesuit education. He later won a place to the Catholic University at Louvain, near Brussels, to study law. Very soon his life would be shaped by 2 factors: his pure ambition and his search for a cause. At first, it was the Catholic faith that attracted him. The young religious activist wanted to write about the church. So he became a journalist for Les Cahiers de la Jeunesse Catholique, and in 1930 became manager of Christus Rex, a religious publishing house. Degrelle seemed to have found his calling. He abandoned his law degree and set about building Christus Rex into a movement to agitate for religious and social reform. And there was plenty to agitate about. The Great Depression of the 1930s hit Europe hard. Belgium was no exception. Poverty, discontent, and social unrest spread across the continent. Far-left movements like communism were on the rise. A succession of short-lived coalitions failed to provide Belgium with stability and strong leadership. Degrelle thought the source of all these problems was a lack of religious faith and a decline in morals. There was a bigger problem too. Belgium's national identity was in crisis, and the country risked being torn apart. It was fragmented between the French-speaking Walloons and Dutch-speaking Flemish. The Flemish wanted to split the country and become part of Holland. There was bitter rivalry between both factions. Degrelle believed only a powerful patriotic government could counter Flemish nationalism. So he decided to do something about it and started one of the strangest sagas in Belgian politics. Degrelle turned his movement into a political force called Rexism. His goal was to build Rexism into a fully fledged political movement.
Nous passerons à travers tous les obstacles. Pacifiquement, nous sauverons notre pays. Nous y rendrons l'unité, l'âme et le bonheur. Rex vaincra.
One woman who remembers the excitement generated by Rexism is Marie-Josée de Goy, whose father was a supporter.
Mon père allait déjà aux réunions, mais j'entendais ce qu'il disait. Il disait que c'était chouette, que c'était un jeune qui enfin allait un petit peu bousculer la politique actuelle. Pour lui, c'était un chef.
Degrelle used the Christus Rex machine to promote his message of social and religious reform via its newspaper, Le Pays Réel. The young leader hit the campaign trail to argue the case for stronger governance and a unified Belgium. He called for a Belgian new order.
La victoire de Rex est certaine, demain ou après.
Degrelle was undoubtedly a fine public speaker. People started to pay attention, especially traditional Catholic voters in search of a new choice.
Je dois dire qu'il a d'abord été un tribun qui a attiré les foules, c'était pas croyable. Beaucoup de gens chrétiens et croyants, parce qu'au fond, il n'y avait que la gauche et la droite. Hein. Tout le monde était pour sauvegarder la morale chrétienne, je dirais.
In the run-up to the general elections of 1936, his Rexists took part in demonstrations. And Degrelle's own profile as a provocateur soared.
Police and communist interrupters come to grips with the Rexists and general rioting breaks out. Degrelle is arrested. Monsieur Degrelle, indicated by Addo, claims that the Rex party numbers 500,000 and will be in power in a few months. He and 800 followers are bundled up to the police station. Degrelle has since said he will continue his bid for power.
The elections brought the Rexists success.
Donc, je vous dis, il y a eu un engouement, comme une renaissance, mais fou. Moi, je n'entendais que parler Rex, et même les amis de papa, beaucoup étaient enthousiastes. D'ailleurs, dans toutes les communes, il a eu tellement de beaux résultats que dans toutes les communes, il y a eu des bourgmestres rexistes.
Though Degrelle didn't run for parliament himself, aged just 30, he had become a rising political star. As leader of a dynamic new force in parliament, his raw ambition was paying off.
Quelques mois ont suffi pour que des centaines de milliers d'hommes fussent avec nous, fraternels, dans un don total. Le 24 mai 1936, 300 000 électeurs portaient aux chambres en un seul coup 33 parlementaires rexistes.
But Degrelle's Rex Party was viewed by some to be an extremist movement, and increasingly his activists took on the air of Catholic fascists. To promote his particular brand of politics, Degrelle needed his own political platform. So he decided to become a member of parliament. He forced a Rexist politician to resign and triggered a by-election. Degrelle would fight for the parliamentary seat in Brussels in March 1937. The government, alarmed by the rise of extremism, had already tried to ban his Rex Party from the radio. Now, they seized their chance to humiliate him. The Catholic Prime Minister, Paul van Zeeland, stood against him. He hit at Degrelle's claim to speak for disenchanted Catholic voters. Then Cardinal Van Roy, the leader of the Belgian Catholic Church, pronounced that Rexism was a menace. It was a disaster for Degrelle. He was defeated. Labelled an extremist by voters and parties alike and disowned by the Catholic Church, Degrelle was in the political wilderness, his career over. The Rexists lost public support and membership dwindled. To make things worse, as the threat of war with Germany loomed, Degrelle was arrested and imprisoned as a dangerous Nazi sympathizer. He was shipped off to a jail in France. The charismatic hero had become the loser. Then came the war. May 1940, Hitler's armies launched their blitzkrieg attack on France. On the way, panzers sliced through Holland and Belgium. They destroyed everything in their path. The small Belgian army and her allies were powerless. Belgium was defeated in just 18 days. For the second time in a quarter of a century, the country had to endure occupation by Germany. Belgium's King Leopold III signed the document of surrender. This created a power vacuum in the country's politics. Leading politicians struggled to deal with occupation and vied for power and influence with the Nazis. This should have been Degrelle's moment to step in and claim a stake in the new political landscape. There was just one problem. At the time, many thought he was dead, shot by the French in captivity. When news of Germany's invasion reached him in jail, he realized that if he was ever to create his vision of a new order, he had to get out of prison. Because back in Belgium, events were moving against him. The Germans imposed their own military administration under Eggert Rieder. Rieder then employed a classic divide-and-rule tactic. He decided to play the Dutch-speaking Flemish off against the French-speaking Walloons by recruiting key administrators from a Flemish nationalist party. the fascist VNV. The VNV were rivals to Degrelle's Rexists, and his party was out in the cold. So when Degrelle was released from prison 3 months later, in July 1940, he found himself rejected, with no power and no influence. But instead of turning against the Nazis, he resolved to make himself indispensable and prove he could be their man to lead Belgium. So he petitioned the Germans. He met the collaborationist Prime Minister of France, Pierre, Laval. He courted everyone from the king to his old critic, Cardinal Van Roy. But it didn't work. Under the direct orders of Hitler's propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels, Degrelle was ignored. Frustrated and rejected again, the outsider decided it was time to try something new. As the sincerest form of flattery is imitation, that was what he did. Degrelle remodeled Rexism along purely fascist lines, the mirror image of the Nazis. The Nazis had a swastika. He commissioned a new heraldic flag. Hitler had his own uniformed thugs, the brown-shirted SA. So Degrelle created Les Formations de Combat, his very own political enforcers. The Nazis rewrote German history and created their own cult-like ideology, where everyone swore allegiance to a great leader. Degrelle did the same, making himself the Belgian Führer figure. And whereas the Nazis had the Hitler Youth, Degrelle created his own youth movements to encourage youngsters to join the party. Many children of Rexists found themselves enrolled.
Moi, j'avais 15 ans, et c'est alors que mon papa a dit, comme nous étions 3 filles, je vais vous mettre à la jeunesse parce que nous n'irons plus à la mer, peut-être pour plusieurs années. Et vous mettre dans un mouvement de jeunesse, ça vous fera du bien. Vous allez rencontrer des jeunes, et comme ça c'est bien, c'est une jolie distraction pour l'été. Je ne m'occupais pas de politique à ce moment-là, je le dis franchement. J'étais bien trop petite, j'étais bien trop jeune. J'allais à l'école avec mes petites soquettes blanches.
To ingratiate himself with the Nazis even more, Degrelle didn't just adopt their external trappings. He adopted their rhetoric too. Jews, liberals, Freemasons, and especially communists all became targets. And in 1941, he went a step further. He categorically supported Nazi rule in writing, signing off an article with the words, "Heil Hitler." Degrelle's desire for power had put him on the path of unlimited collaboration. But even now, he still wasn't taken seriously in Berlin. Goebbels described him as a fraud. It seemed that Leon Degrelle was destined to be nothing more than the leader of a marginal party of unpopular extremists. But again, rather than accept Hitler's rejection, he resolved to find a new way to ingratiate himself with the Führer. And soon the German leader's ideological crusade would give him the perfect launch pad. June 1941. Hitler's armies launched Operation Barbarossa, the massive invasion of Russia along a 2,000-mile front. Hitler had vowed to crush the communist threat. Now, it was a reality. All over Europe, collaborationist regimes were providing volunteers to join the Führer's crusade.
Il n'y a jamais eu un engouement aussi grand dans tous les pays d'Europe pour aller combattre le communisme. Il y a eu des volontaires dans tous les pays d'Europe.
Denmark, Norway, and Finland had all supplied soldiers for special SS units, dubbed Freiwilligen, or volunteers. In Belgium, Degrelle's great political rivals, the VNV, had been allowed to form a legion in June 1941. Known as the Flemish Lions, they were considered an elite SS unit. Degrelle realized this was a new opportunity. He too would join Hitler's crusade and become the best soldier he ever had and his finest leader of men. Degrelle's plan was to be so successful in battle that he could return to Belgium at the head of a conquering army. Then at last, he would have political credibility and ultimately power. But there was a snag. Degrelle had no military experience at all. So what he did next was truly astonishing. Degrelle handed the leadership of his party to a deputy, Victor Matisse, and enrolled as an ordinary foot soldier in the Nazi battle against communism. In July 1941, Degrelle joined the Légion Wallonie, a German army unit manned by French-speaking Walloons. The wealthy and privileged young politician went off to war as a legionnaire machine gunner, a humble private, along with 775 other foot soldiers and 16 officers. Whilst Degrelle was motivated primarily by ambition, he was soon joined by other Walloons who felt ideologically compelled to combat communism. One man who followed Degrelle into the Legion, aged just 19, was Fernand Kaisergruber. His motives for fighting were crystal clear.
Idéologique, la lutte anticommuniste. Et je pratique contre le bolchevisme.
Fernand Kaisergruber never saw joining the Legion as an act of collaboration.
Finalement, pour nous, c'était une armée européenne, puisque nous étions même, je crois, 37 pays. Donc, il n'y avait aucune raison de m'en faire ou de se faire du souci à ce sujet-là. Hein.
Other recruits included Marie-Josée de Goy's fiancé, Roger, whom she had met in the youth movement.
Partir un peu comme les croisés pour défendre le tombeau de Jésus, eux partent pour défendre la Belgique et l'Europe. Je dis, quand vous pensez qu'ils partent avec un idéal, qu'ils offrent leur vie pour défendre leur pays et l'Europe, moi j'avais 17 ans, j'ai trouvé ça formidable.
That winter, Degrelle and the Legionnaires got stuck into violent combat along the Russian front line. By January 1942, the Legion had lost half its men. In February, 200 Walloons were killed in 1 month alone, but Degrelle survived. He was involved in more bitter fighting around the Mayas River in southern Russia. Outnumbered and cut off, the Legionnaires bravely blocked a huge Russian attack for 10 hours. This led to the unit's first battle honours. Degrelle, along with other Walloons, was decorated. He was awarded the Iron Cross Second Class for bravery and was promoted to Sergeant Major. The Legion had acquired a reputation as determined fighters. And Degrelle himself, the politician with no military training, was winning respect as a hardened warrior.
Il n'avait pas peur d'exposer sa vie. C'était pas un militaire de nature, mais il se pliait aux obligations requises d'un militaire. Ça, c'est une chose. Et il n'a pas eu peur depuis une fois d'emmener les hommes au front et de passer devant. Hein. Ça c'est arrivé. Hein.
In May 1942, he was made an officer. He also made the Legion his own. He removed any political rivals and ensured it was dominated by Rexists. He became its figurehead and was firmly in charge, even though he was only a lieutenant. Degrelle was proud to lead his men, and his bravery was rewarded again. On May the 21st, he added the Iron Cross First Class to his tally. Three months later, he received the coveted Infantry Assault Badge, awarded only to those soldiers who had seen the whites of the enemy's eyes. He had cemented his position in the Legion and finally started to get noticed in Berlin. And Degrelle now became the Legion's main recruiting force. His gamble to become a soldier was paying off. And soon events conspired to bring him even closer to the Nazis. February 1943, Stalingrad, a defeat of epic proportions for the Nazis. 400,000 German troops were lost or captured. It was a hammer blow to Hitler's campaign in the East and the first major disaster of the war. But instead of questioning his allegiance to Germany, Léon Degrelle remained upbeat. He saw this news as a chance to get even closer to the Nazis. Now, he could get the attention of the Nazis he so craved. His currency, the lives of the men he could recruit to their cause. And so, on the back of his military record and the reputation of his Walloons, Degrelle set out to win the blessing of that most Nazi of organizations, Adolf Hitler's SS. The SS was Hitler's elite personal army. They had their own uniforms, the best military equipment, and they fought unswervingly for the ideology of Nazism. Watching over it all was Heinrich Himmler, leader of the force of 900,000 men. He made sure that the Germanic ethnic purity of the SS was maintained. He also developed the SS racial vision of a world united along purely Aryan lines. To join the SS, Degrelle would have to prove himself worthy and adopt their beliefs wholeheartedly. In May 1943, Degrelle was granted an audience with Himmler. He listened to the SS Reichsführer's vision of a greater German empire, Germania, a racially pure superstate of Germanic peoples, and Degrelle signed up for it. The fact that the Walloons spoke French and weren't Germanic hardly seemed to matter to either man. Instead, the former Belgian patriot agreed to carve up his country and cede Wallonia to the Reich. Belgium would be a thing of the past. It meant the death of his homeland and its subjugation to Hitler forever. At this point, Degrelle betrayed everything he had previously stood for. He had crossed the line and become a fully fledged Nazi. The SS Sturm Brigade Wallonie was duly formed in June 1943, numbering almost 2,000 men. For Fernand Kaisergruber, joining the SS did not bother him.
De toute façon, je n'avais pas de raison d'être honteux, hein? Certainement pas. Je dis sincèrement, quand nous sommes passés à la SS, j'ai considéré, comme le plus grand nombre d'entre nous, que c'était, comment dirais-je, une promotion.
Finally, all those years ingratiating himself with the Nazis had paid off. He now had that private army he had always wanted to lead. He had proven that he had leadership in his blood, and he had joined the ranks of the SS. But even that wasn't enough. He still hadn't received the adulation of the Führer himself. Soon, the perfect opportunity would present itself. In 1943 was a year of more defeats for the German campaign in Russia. After the massive tank battle of Kursk, the Germans were on the retreat. Leon Degrelle alternated between recruiting trips back to Belgium and frontline action with the Walloons.
Il est monté en ligne souvent avec les hommes. Non, ça c'est... Ça, il faut lui laisser et que personne ne vienne me dire le contraire.
As the Russians drove the Nazis back, Degrelle, along with his men and 60,000 Germans, became trapped in a salient known as the Kherson Pocket, near Cherkasy. They faced being cut off and annihilated by 300,000 Russians. It promised to be a fight without mercy.
Cherkasy, ça c'était dur. Ouais, ouais. Ça, il a fallu voir. Dans la forêt de Clino, en montant, il y avait à un moment donné 3 ou 4 cadavres pendus aux arbres, et il y avait un aumônier là-dedans. Et on leur avait coupé leur partie génitale et on les mis en bouche. Alors, c'est dire qu'on savait bien qu'il ne fallait pas tomber vivant aux mains des Russes. Hein.
Degrelle and the Walloons were ordered to fight a desperate rearguard action to allow the 60,000 Germans to escape.
Il y avait un blessé allemand que j'avais vu bouger là, qui vivait encore, et un char russe qui l'écrasait, il est passé. Et je me souviendrai toujours, son bras était resté accroché dans sa manche à la chenille. Et cette chenille, chaque fois que la mangeait, bang, contre la protection. Et quand le char est passé dessus, sa tête devenait rouge, comme si le sang sortait de ses pores, comme ça.
Despite being outnumbered 6-1 and taking massive casualties, the Walloons held back the Russian forces.
Quand nous sommes montés à Cherkasy, nous étions 2200 et nous sommes sortis à 632. Hein. 632 qui sont sortis vivants de là.
The Walloons had saved the day, and the German units managed to escape. They had become heroes and none more so than the wounded Leon Degrelle, who had survived the retreat. After the battle, Degrelle was whisked back to Berlin. There, the Führer was waiting. As the cameras rolled, he awarded Degrelle the Knight's Cross, one of Germany's highest bravery awards. The former political write-off had become a super soldier. Degrelle was held up as the epitome of the true-blooded collaborator, a resolute believer in the Nazi cause. He had become their poster child. More importantly, he had finally won the love of the Führer. Degrelle declared that Hitler had told him, "You are almost unique in history, a political leader who fights as a true soldier. If I had a son, I would wish him to be like you." Even Joseph Goebbels, who had once called Degrelle a fraud, was quick to praise his men as heroes. Degrelle was feted in Berlin and Paris, where he addressed a host of collaborators and sympathizers. He gave graphic accounts of the saving of the Kherson pocket. But his proudest moment was yet to come. He and the Walloons were allowed to return here, to Brussels, for a lavish victory parade in their homeland. Leon Degrelle at last returned to the scene of his past failures, a hero, as he had always intended, at the head of a victorious army. The crowds showed Degrelle that he had finally secured some of the prestige and power that he had always craved. One eyewitness was Marie-Josée de Goy.
Voilà. Moi, j'ai été là, de ce côté-là, au Palais des Parfums. Là. Un monde fou. La bourse était remplie jusqu'à la gare du Nord et la gare du Midi. Les trottoirs débordaient. Un grand spectacle. Ça, c'est un grand moment de gloire pour lui. Hein? De voir tant de monde qui regarde les chars avec des légionnaires dedans. C'était pas des Allemands, hein? C'était tous des légionnaires.
Quand un déferlement pareil peut sortir une révolution socialiste, mais certes.
After the parade, he triumphantly addressed a mass rally in Brussels.
On les abat! Désunis, nous sommes perdus!
But despite this personal success, the war was going badly. And in reality, his popularity at home was a mirage. Then came news of the inevitable.
The United Nations have bridged the English Channel. On June the 6th, 1944, a date indelibly written in the annals of history by the armed forces of the free world, the fighting men of Britain, the Empire, and America embarked on the greatest amphibious operation ever undertaken.
The D-Day landings were a first step towards the liberation of occupied France and Belgium. Violence and retribution now erupted in Belgium at the prospect of liberation by the Allies. Degrelle's Rexists, along with other collaborators like the Flemish VNV, were now in the crosshairs of the resistance. One after the other, collaborators were killed in targeted assassinations.
C'était presque une guerre civile. Une foule déchaînée, il n'y a rien de plus grave. Elle perd toute la notion de justice, de bonté et d'objectivité.
The scale of the violence within Belgium escalated ever more. It was now that Degrelle's own family became a target. His brother, a pharmacist in his hometown of Bouillon, was shot by the resistance. The town's archivist, Roger Nicolas, has studied the events that followed.
Donc le 8 juillet 1944, c'est dans le bâtiment qui se trouve derrière moi que le pharmacien Édouard Degrelle, frère de Léon, a été abattu par la résistance régionale. Les deux résistants sont entrés dans la pharmacie, ont réclamé un médicament et ont abattu le pharmacien Degrelle. Ensuite, les deux résistants ont emprunté la rue des Augustins, la rue du Bru, avant d'aller se cacher dans les bois proches de Bouillon.
The German reaction was immediate. A curfew was imposed, and 46 people were arrested. Then, a Rexist hit squad from Brussels travelled to Bouillon and murdered another pharmacist in revenge. His name was Henri Charles.
Donc la plaque qui figure sur cette maison indique c'est le lieu où a été abattu le pharmacien Henri Charles le 9 juillet 1944 vers 11 heures du soir.
Degrelle returned to Belgium to attend his brother's funeral and called for revenge. Enraged, he called for bloody reprisals. In a telegram to Himmler, he demanded the execution of 100 Belgians. Though the request was ignored, the former politician had shown himself to be as ruthless as any German Nazi. In the end, his hometown endured the brunt of his rage. Three hostages from Bouillon were chosen.
Dans cet endroit précis de la forêt de Bouillon, les trois otages qui ont été pris le 11 juillet 1944 sont assassinés par probablement deux officiers allemands de la SD d'Arlon. Les pierres que nous pouvons voir ici, les trois pierres, indiquent l'endroit précis où les trois corps ont été retrouvés.
The choice of those executed was especially resonant. It showed Degrelle's fingerprints were all over the crime.
On peut comprendre que c'est sur l'ordre personnel de Léon Degrelle qui était présent à Bouillon le mardi 11 juillet. Et les trois otages dont on a retrouvé les corps ici étaient des adversaires particuliers de Léon Degrelle, homme politique.
There was now nothing left of the patriotic religious campaigner of his youth. As more blood was spilt by all sides, Degrelle prepared to return to the Eastern Front. But even in these desperate times, he managed to recruit more Belgians to accompany him. It was testament to what a figure he had become, for some Belgians at least. With his new volunteers, Degrelle fought in the defense of Estonia, at the northernmost point of the Eastern Front. But it was a hopeless attempt to stop the advancing Russian juggernaut. He threw more and more Walloons into a succession of suicidal battles. Then bad news reached the front line. Early September 1944, Allied tanks drove into a liberated Brussels.
Fini la Kommandantur, fini la Werbestelle de la Porte de Namur, fini la Gestapo.
In Belgium, any sympathizers or soldiers suspected of being Wallonian legionnaires were rounded up. On the Eastern Front, Degrelle was now an Obersturmbannführer, in command of a whole division of volunteers. But they were now an exiled band of survivors, following a leader with no homeland. And anyway, the game was up. Defeat was inevitable. By the end of the war, only around 30 Wallonian remained. Of the 800 or so original legionnaires, Degrelle was one of only a handful to survive the Russian front as a combatant. He had been wounded a total of 7 times in 4 years of combat. But this wasn't the end for Leon Degrelle. Far from it. It was time to devise another plan. In the end, it was typical Degrelle. He requisitioned a Heinkel bomber and took off for Spain, the last friend of fascism in Europe. It was a nail-biting flight. The Heinkel had just enough fuel to reach the coast and had to crash land. Degrelle was severely injured, but alive. The great survivor had survived again. But while Degrelle was untouchable under Spanish protection, other Rexists and Legion volunteers back in Belgium were less fortunate.
J'ai trouvé même pas juste ridicule. On m'a condamné, j'ai été 1 mois en prison. Ils ont dit on vous condamne à 15 ans de la perte de vos droits civils et politiques. J'avais 21 ans, sans doute à peu près, jusqu'à mes 36 ans. Et 10 000 francs d'amende. 10 000 francs d'amende.
Her husband, whom she had married in 1945 and who had survived the war, was arrested.
Il a été condamné à mort comme officier de la Légion Wallonie. Les 2 ans qu'il a été condamné à mort, je pouvais aller le voir tous les 2 jours. Tous les 2 jours, 10 minutes.
Marie-José's husband was eventually released, and they set about quietly rebuilding their lives. But unlike many of his followers or former comrades, Degrelle was more vocal. Rather than renounce his past, he talked with pride of his time as a Nazi collaborator. He often wore his SS medals and uniform. He made numerous media appearances where he vehemently justified his choices. It was as if he were frozen in a past era. He continued to extol the racial theories and prejudices of the Nazis' ideology. In 1979, Pope John Paul II visited the site of the death camp at Auschwitz, and Degrelle rose to the occasion. He wrote an open letter to the Pope, denying the Holocaust. It dismissed the murder of 6 million Jews as a lie. Degrelle stated, Zyklon B, which the Nazis used in the gas chambers, would have been impractical to use. As a result, he claimed it was logistically impossible to have killed the sheer numbers involved. He ended his letter proclaiming his faith as a fellow Catholic. But the truth was, Leon Degrelle was more alienated than ever from his homeland and his origins as a Catholic campaigner. He had been sentenced to death in Belgium, and several attempts to extradite him had failed. In the end, Leon Degrelle died aged 87 in 1994 in Malaga, Spain. Today, his legacy still divides Belgium. Those who survive him can only reflect on his impact on their lives and on those Walloons who fought and died at his side.
remarquable et admirable. Moi, on va dire que je suis folle parce que je dis admirable, mais pour moi, c'était, oui. Ils offraient leur vie d'avance. Et je vous assure, ça m'émeut toujours. Ça m'émeut toujours. Parce que je vois leur visage, je connais leur nom. Je ne les oublierai jamais, leur nom. Jamais, c'est gravé.
Moi, je ne regrette pas de l'avoir vécu. Je regrette simplement la disparition de tous ses copains. Eh bien, on peut penser de Léon Degrelle tout ce qu'on veut, on peut l'aimer ou le haïr. Je ne connais qu'un homme politique qui s'est engagé pour combattre lui-même sur le front. Je n'en connais aucun autre.
Degrelle went to his grave claiming that he fought as a brave Belgian nationalist. But the truth was that he fought for Germany to further his own ambition. He betrayed his country, and in the end, the course he chose culminated in murder, something that is still raw in Belgium today, especially in his hometown.
Sa conduite en Russie au profit de l'armée allemande, les bouillonnais n'en disaient rien, mais là où il a véritablement provoqué la haine de la presque totalité de la population, c'est quand il y a eu ces 4 assassinats et les otages. Tout ça pour venger la mort de son frère.
The reality is, this former patriot was an adventurer who was prepared to gamble everything for his ambition, even if it meant sacrificing those around him and destroying his homeland forever. A quiet street in an Argentinian coastal resort. Nothing out of the ordinary. But early in 1998, the peaceful atmosphere is suddenly shattered as the world's press descends on the home of a 77-year-old Croatian called Dinko Sakic.
Asesino! Asesino!
An Argentinian police car takes Dinko Sakic on the first leg of a journey that will end in a courtroom back in his homeland, 6,000 miles away. The crimes for which Sakic now faces trial were committed more than half a century earlier, during World War II. At the time, Croatia was an ally of the Nazis, and its leader, Ante Pavelic, modeled himself on Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. As the war unfolded, Croatia was sucked into collaboration. And Dinko Sakic ended up as the commandant of one of the most notorious death camps of World War II, Jasenovac. Jasenovac became known as the Auschwitz of the Balkans. Here, Sakic carried out acts of torture and mass murder in the name of the Croatian people. Now, after more than 50 years on the run, justice has finally caught up with Dinko Sakic. But in his homeland, his case raised old and deep divisions. Dinko Sakic may be the man facing trial, but the horrifying deeds that he stands accused of cast a stain not only on the newly created country of Croatia, but also on the Roman Catholic Church. Can collaborating with the Nazis ever be justified in the name of freedom? And was Dinko Sakic an honorable freedom fighter or a sadistic war criminal?
Mire, no hablo lo que era antes ni lo que era después, pero mientras yo estaba nadie podía tocar a nadie.
November 1918, the end of World War I, and just 3 years before the birth of Dinko Sakic. Victorious Serbian troops make their way back to their capital, Belgrade. King Alexander of Serbia becomes the head of a new kingdom, created out of the ruins of war. But it's a kingdom that is both complex and turbulent. As well as his own people, the Serbs, he was ruling over the Croats, the people of Slovenia, Bosnians, Kosovo Albanians, the people of Macedonia, and Montenegro. These people had different religions, different histories, different cultures, and even different languages. It was a dangerous and volatile mixture. King Alexander had to rule these disparate lands with a firm hand. He suppressed regional loyalties. Politicians hostile to the monarchy were sidelined, sometimes even imprisoned. In 1929, Alexander gave a new name to his kingdom. He called it Yugoslavia, the land of the southern Slavs. He then cracked down hard on political parties who opposed him, including a rising Croat nationalist called Ante Pavelić. Pavelic's brand of fiery nationalism places him in the forefront of Croatian politics. But Alexander's crackdown now forced him and his followers to flee to neighboring Italy.
Deve cristallizzare una posizione di potente ingiustizia, perché ha dato la fiamma il sangue.
Italy's leader was Benito Mussolini, then at the height of his power and popularity.
La vittoria è per noi, per I primi.
Mussolini formed his fascist party after World War I by exploiting the grievances of soldiers returning from the front, only to find mass unemployment. He organized them into armed squads known as the Black Shirts, who terrorized their political opponents. In 1922, Mussolini became Prime Minister of Italy. By the end of the decade, he had become dictator and set about re-establishing his country as a great European power. Mussolini suspended civil liberties and destroyed all opposition, all tactics that appealed to Pavelić. In 1935, he invaded Ethiopia and absorbed it into what he referred to as his new Italian empire. He also provided military support to General Franco in the Spanish Civil War. Later, influenced by Adolf Hitler, Mussolini began to introduce anti-Jewish legislation into Italy. This was the perfect environment for Ante Pavelić to establish his own fascist movement. He called it the Ustasa. The word in Serbo-Croat means insurgent. For his part, Mussolini saw the Ustasa movement as a means to break up the Kingdom of Yugoslavia and to expand Italian influence in the Balkans. He placed money and weapons at Pavelic's disposal. Then, in October 1934, the Ustasa made their move. A hit squad was organized to attack their enemy, King Alexander. But they'd have to wait for their opportunity. It came when Alexander went to Marseille in the south of France on a state visit. The king and his French guests were greeted by the people of the city, completely unaware that fascist terrorists had infiltrated the crowd.
The body of Alexander of Yugoslavia is to be borne through the city streets. The grief-stricken Queen Maria walks with her little son, King Peter. Behind them come notabilities of every country in Europe.
Yugoslavia had lost its strongman. Alexander's heir, Peter, was just a boy, too young and too weak to unite a country. For his involvement in Alexander's assassination, a French court sentenced Pavelić to death in his absence. But safe under Mussolini's protection, Pavelić and the Ustasa movement continued to thrive.
Und wir müssen fest zusammenstehen für dieses Deutschland. Sieg heil!
By now, Ant Pavelić had another potential ally, Adolf Hitler, the dictator of Nazi Germany. In the late 1930s, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini came together to form what became known as the Pact of Steel. Their alliance gave great hope to right-wing nationalists throughout Europe. Pavelić believed Italian fascism and German Nazism to be the wave of the future, and the means by which Croatia would regain its freedom. His dream was of an independent Croatian state entirely free of foreigners like Serbs and Jews. It was extraordinarily attractive to many Croats, especially to a young man like Dinko Sakic. Fired up by Croatian nationalist zeal, Sakic was ready for action. It wasn't long in coming. On April the 8th, 1941, war came to Yugoslavia. In the previous 18 months, Nazi Germany had conquered Poland, most of Scandinavia, and the whole of Western Europe. Now, it was Yugoslavia's turn. The Yugoslav army quickly collapsed, and in just 11 days the fighting was over, and the Yugoslav monarchy fled.
Hier werden unsere Soldaten mit jubelnder Begeisterung als Befreier begrüßt.
But in some parts of Yugoslavia, German troops were greeted as liberators. The arrival of German and Italian soldiers now allowed the underground Ustasa movement to seize power in the Croat capital, Zagreb.
The local population, Croats, I would say, many of them were happy when this state of Yugoslavia collapsed, because they were not happy in that semi-democratic regime, terror, repression. People were thinking that the war is over. But it was, of course, it wasn't. The catastrophe, the tragedy, then started.
Pavelić returned from his exile in Italy and declared an independent Croat state. Backed by fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, Pavelic's new state consisted not only of traditionally Croat lands, but the whole of Bosnia. A substantial Serb minority now found itself living under Ustasa rule.
Martial law was introduced the second day, racial laws only after 15 days. First, anti-Serbian measures also in the first days. Mass killings took place already at the beginning of May. That means 20 days after the creation of the government. They were very, very, very fast.
But there was one major difference between Pavelic's brand of fascism and that of the Nazis. Whereas the Nazis largely despised religion, Pavelic's regime was staunchly Roman Catholic. and Pavelić wanted to create an exclusively Catholic state and cleanse his native land of all alien elements.
They had this strategy of the thirds. That means 1/3 of the Serbs should be killed, 1/3 of the Serbs should be sent to Serbia, and 1/3 should become Catholics. And if they become Catholics, then they become Croats, and that's how he thought that he will resolve so-called solution of the Serbian question.
In one of the blacker moments of the Catholic Church's 20th century history, the country's leading cleric, Archbishop Stepinac, gave the regime his blessing. Much of the Catholic Church became an active partner in the forced conversion of the traditionally Christian Orthodox Serbs to Catholicism. Croat fascism and the Catholic Church would remain uncomfortably entwined for the rest of the war.
The position of the Catholic Church in the Second World War is, of course, full of controversies. When the first Ustasa crimes happened and they saw what was going on, the Church was never united in the attitude. Some of them cooperated with the Ustasa, and some of them even committed crimes.
Pavelić now unleashed a reign of terror on the Serb minority living within Croatia. Tens of thousands of them were expelled, killed, or imprisoned. Anti-fascist Croats were also jailed. Bowing to German wishes, the Ustasa targeted gypsies and Jews as well. Their persecution of the Jews became an excuse for organized theft on a massive scale. As they were rounded up, Jews were stripped of all their possessions, down to the wedding rings on their fingers. By July 1941, the country's prisons could no longer cope with the flood of new inmates. That summer, the Ustasa embarked on the construction of what would become some of the biggest and most horrific concentration camps in Europe. Dinko Sakic, now 21, seized his moment to join the cause and signed up to be a camp guard. Over the next few years, he would rise through the ranks to become what many allege was one of the most brutal, if little known, Nazi collaborators of World War II. Sakic's first job was at Jasenovac, just an hour's drive from the capital, Zagreb. At Jasenovac, a number of separate camps were built on the banks of the Sava River. The complex housed the largest number of prison inmates in the whole of Croatia. Today at the Jasenovac site, memorials and sculptures stand as a reminder of those that suffered and died here. The mastermind behind the camp was Max Luburic, head of Pavelic's newly formed special police force and overall commander of the Ustasa's concentration camp program. In 1943, Dinko Sakic married Max Luburic's half-sister Nada, a guard at one of the women's camps at Jasenovac. It was a move that secured a place in Luburic's inner circle. Then, at the age of 24, Sakic was appointed camp commandant.
Luburic was a very important person, and he, of course, wanted to have in Jasenovac a person who is 100% loyal to him, and Dinko Sakic definitely was the person of that kind.
He would be much more than a mere administrator. His main concern would soon turn to extermination. Luburic began to draw up plans for Jasenovac, after visiting Nazi concentration camps. Jasenovac's and other camps in Croatia were modeled on the design and style of the German ones. Leburic had also observed the Nazis' latest experiments in mass murder, gas chambers, in which men, women, and children were suffocated with carbon monoxide from motor vehicles. But the guards at Jasenovac preferred altogether simpler methods of killing. The Jasenovac Memorial Museum in Croatia shows some of the gruesome artifacts from the original site. The displays include the Ustasa Guards' weapons of choice. One fearsome implement was a special blade known as the Serb cutter. It was devised to slit people's throats quickly and easily. One guard later boasted that he had slit the throats of some 1,300 prisoners with his Serb cutter. Inmates were also thrown into the ovens of a brick factory inside one of the camps at Jasenovac and burnt alive. Very few of those who survived Jasenovac are still alive to tell of their experiences. Pava Molnar was 20 years old when the Germans invaded and the independent state of Croatia was established. She was an active member of Zagreb's communist youth movement and was quickly arrested and sent to Jasenovac.
Srpkinje i Židovke su otišle u Kulu. U Kuli je bila najobična voda ili je bila onaj pokvareni luk u vodi ili kupus. To je bilo osuđeno na smrt. Takve štakore sigurno niko nije video, to su ko mačke velike štakore, one su jednostavno plazile po ljudima, grizle uši, dok jednostavno one nisu mogle braniti. Ja sam vidjela recimo kamion sa ustašama, sa lopatama i žene idu gore na kamione, one viču, a gdje su naše stvari? A oni kažu, doći će za vama. Drugi dan te nismo vidjeli. Prema tome, te masu tih žena morali su nestati. A gdje su nestali, nego su ubijene.
By now, the Nazis were progressing with their program of extermination, gassing hundreds of thousands of Jews. Their death camps saw human suffering on a vast, unimaginable scale. Although it hardly seems possible, the killing techniques employed by the Ustasa in Croatia were even more sadistic. The regime at Jasenovac was so violent and brutal, it disturbed even the Nazis. Heinrich Himmler, head of the German SS, regularly received reports from German eyewitnesses in Croatia. One of them recorded in 1942.
The Ustasa committed their deeds in a bestial manner, not only against males of conscript age, but especially against helpless old people, women and children. The number of the Orthodox that the Croats have massacred and sadistically tortured to death is about 300,000.
Ja sam vidjela kad su došli recimo žene iz Kostajnice, pa smo mi morali Hrvatice njih pregledavati, jer Ustaša stoji i gleda i mi njima šapćemo, mi smo isto što i vi, predajte što imate. Naravno, slušajte, ako je neko imao u šavu ili u gumbu sačuvao koji doma, Ustaša je za nama išao, pregledao ih je, one su se poplašile, one su sve počele bacati one novce koje su imali. On je postrojio njih 10 i odmah je to je ono što smo mi vidjeli.
Eventually, the Ustasha became worried about the stories of torture and mass murder at Jasenovac. To put an end to the gossip, the Pavelić regime commissioned a series of photographs. They showed inmates in the camp doing useful work for the war effort. But beyond the reach of the camera lens, the cruelty and mass murder continued without let-up.
Kad su te kolone iz Kozaraške dolazili sa djecom, onda su oni tu djecu odvojili od majke. To su mala djeca, neka tek rođena, neke do 15 godina. Oni su ih odvajali i to nije bilo u kuli jer nije bilo mjesta u kuli, to je van kule bilo. Oni su tu, to je krik, ja mislim da je cijela Gradiška od tih jauka, od te djece vriskali. To je ono što se ne može oprostiti. To je strašno. Onda su ta djeca na koncu u jednom posebnom zgradu bili. Neke naše Hrvatice su oko njih malo vodile računa. Naravno da su sve to od proliva, od tifusa, od gladi, sve to umrlo.
But even as the brutality at Jasenovac continued, underground resistance movements began to spring up throughout Yugoslavia. By the end of 1942, the Pavelić regime, together with its German and Italian allies, had its hands full fighting the growing number of partisans resisting fascist occupation. Led by Croat communist leader Josip Broz Tito and supplied and trained by the British and the Americans, this guerrilla army now presented a mortal threat to the Pavelić regime.
Tito's partisans came into the middle of the conflict offering something what they called brotherhood and unity. We want to win the war against the Nazis, fascists, and collaborators. We are offering a solution.
The war against the partisans was fought without pity. Hundreds of thousands of civilians as well as partisans were killed. However, the guerrilla army managed to hold out. And time was running out for Dinko Sakic and his fellow Ustasha killers at the Jasenovac concentration camp. In the autumn of 1944, the Russian army continued its westward drive into Europe by advancing deep into the Balkans. By October, Soviet troops had linked up with Tito's partisans, and together they liberated the Yugoslav capital, Belgrade. The Croatian puppet state was now under serious threat. Dinko Sakic was ordered to kill all the survivors at Jasenovac and obliterate the evidence. Sakic ordered his men to carry out what became known as the Autumn Liquidation. For 20 days, they selected the sick and the old among the prisoners and executed them. Afterwards, they threw their bodies into the Sava River. In April 1945, Tito's partisans arrived at Jasenovac. They found nothing but ruins, rotting bodies, and huge piles of clothing stolen from the dead. Investigations began into just how many people had died at Jasenovac at the hands of Dinko Sakic and his Ustasa comrades in the previous 4 years. But in the absence of documents which had all been destroyed, no reliable figure was ever produced. Historians now believe that an estimated 1 million Yugoslav citizens perished between 1941 and 1945. It's thought that 1/3 of these, over 300,000, died at Jasenovac. In May 1945, the Germans surrendered to the victorious Allies, and the independent state of Croatia collapsed like a pack of cards. Thousands of Ustasa members fled alongside German troops and found refuge in prison camps run by the British in neighboring Italy and Austria. The British were ignorant of Croatian involvement in Nazi crimes, so they made little effort to look for Pavelic and his closest Ustasa comrades. Dinko Sakic was one of those who evaded the roundup. Some now believe that his escape was aided by members of the Roman Catholic Church. It's thought they received help from a senior member of the Catholic Church, closely linked to the Vatican. With money and false papers supplied by this Catholic rat line, they were able to seek a new life abroad, with South America as one of the most popular destinations. Zagreb, 1946. The Catholic Church found itself on trial for its support of the Ustasa regime. Unable to catch any of the key players, such as Pavelic, Luburic, or Sakic, the communist government of Joseph Tito put Archbishop Stepanic in the dock. He was tried for collaboration with the Ustasa and for permitting the forcible conversion of Serbs from Orthodox Christianity to Catholicism. Stepanic was found guilty of treason and war crimes. It was a verdict that usually meant the death penalty, but Stepanic got off with just 16 years. Amazingly, after just 5 years behind bars, he was released. Then in 1998, in a move that polarized public opinion not only in Croatia, but in the wider world, Pope John Paul II declared Archbishop Stepanic a martyr, and he was beatified, a major step towards becoming a saint. And at the same time, there was more bad news for the Catholic Church. A secret document released by the US Treasury Department revealed that for the previous 50 years, the Vatican had held on to some 200 million Swiss francs, plundered from Serbs and Jews by the Ustasa.
Ella, para nosotros, paso de la historia de la nación.
Meanwhile, Dinko Sakic was enjoying the hospitality of Argentina's president, Colonel Juan Perón. Perón was a charismatic leader who admired right-wing European dictators and even styled himself on them. He regarded men like Sakic and Pavelic as heroes in the struggle against godless communism and welcomed them with open arms. Benefiting from Argentine government protection, Sakic and his wife Nada settled down in the South Atlantic coastal resort of Santa Teresita, just outside Buenos Aires, and there raised a family. Sakic lived quietly in Argentina under the name Lubomir Sakic Belanovic and set up a textile factory. He remained active in Ustasha emigre politics, and so did his former wartime chief, Ant Pavelic.
Durante estas luchas, el reino...
Then in 1958, Pavelic made a rare appearance on television, justifying his past as Croatia's wartime fascist dictator.
El Estado Independiente de Croacia fue proclamado el día 10 de abril de 1941. Después de la insurrección general del pueblo croata encabezada por el movimiento Ustasha.
A year later, Pavelic was murdered, the victim of an assassin working for Tito's secret police. But Dinko Sakic stayed safely in the shadows. Then, after almost half a century's exile in Argentina, the past began to catch up with him. In 1990, Croatian independence raised its head yet again. 10 years earlier, President Tito had died, and although he'd managed to keep his beloved Yugoslavia together, now it was about to break apart. Croats voiced their desire for independence once more. Their newly elected leader, Franjo Tuđman, had always been a loyal supporter of Tito. But as Yugoslavia began to implode, Tuđman took up the cause of Croatian nationalism.
Na povjerenju što ste nam ga očitovali izborom na ovu časnu I odgovornu dužnost.
This was the cue for civil war to break out. The Serbs, who had not forgotten the crimes committed by the Ustasha against them, went to war against the Croats. And so began a new war in the Balkans, a war that would last for most of the 1990s and would involve all of the peoples of the former Yugoslavia. As hundreds of thousands of people were massacred or forced to flee from their homes, a new phrase entered modern political vocabulary: ethnic cleansing. But for men like Dinko Sakic, ethnic cleansing was nothing new. That had been their task at Jasenovac. With renewed interest in Croatia's violent history, journalists in Argentina and abroad began to seek out Dinko Sakic to hear his views. In 1998, 50 years after fleeing Croatia with his wife Nada, Dinko Sakic made a serious error of judgment. One day, a reporter from Argentinian TV program Telenoche knocked on his door requesting an interview. Sakic agreed and invited him in. Hardly able to believe his luck, the TV reporter wanted to gain Sakic's trust, so his first question was intended to make Sakic feel at ease.
¿Cuándo vino de Europa? Yo vine a la Argentina el día 22 de diciembre de 1947 por la mañana.
¿Y en qué circunstancias? ¿Cómo
como inmigrante, porque pasamos un grupo de croatas, como 500 croatas llegaron con una visa múltiple que el gobierno argentino en el primer momento otorgó para emigrados croatas. Yo tenía ya obtenido antes la visa de inmigración y vinimos con como 150, un grupo de 150 con el buque Tucumán.
The TV reporter now began to probe a little deeper into Sakic's past.
Soy patriota croata que lucha por mi pueblo. Y así yo ya empecé. Entonces era el hombre de confianza.
Usted estuvo en Jasenovac también.
¿Cómo?
Usted estuvo en Jasenovac también.
Para decir, sí, por ahí sí estaba en una unidad allá.
Dinko Sakic was uncomfortable owning up to being at Jasenovac, but the TV reporter persisted.
Usted fue comandante del campo al final.
No, fue director, no comandante. Fue nombrado, fue 100 días nomás. Mire, cuando yo estaba, no había ningún guardia ni ningún administrativo que podría tocarle a un prisionero de cualquier, sea judío.
Recuérdame las fechas. Esto fue entre el 41 y el 44.
42, en diciembre 42 y octubre de 44.
En esa época no se podía tocar a los prisioneros.
Mire, no hablo lo que era antes ni lo que era después, pero mientras yo estaba nadie podía tocar. Nadie podía tocar a nadie. Ellos tenían sus normas internas y si alguno ha hecho algo, entonces la administración interna lo castigaba con lo que sea.
Entre fines del 42 y fines del 44 no se mató a nadie.
Yo no vi ni se mató. Que nosotros no teníamos interés en matar a la gente. Necesitábamos a gente para trabajar, para abastecernos.
When the Telenoche interview was shown on Argentinian television, it created a sensation. Dinko Sakic had finally stepped out of the shadows into the full glare of publicity. And the consequences for him would be disastrous. Efraim Zurov, one of the most senior Nazi hunters at the Simon Wiesenthal Center, got to hear about Sakic's TV appearance. He immediately set about securing his extradition to stand trial. In the Croatian capital of Zagreb, the reaction to Sakic's public reappearance placed President Tudjman in a dilemma. Tudjman saw himself as a Croatian patriot, proud of his country's wartime history. He had used it to help rebuild his country. He had even argued that the death toll at Jasenovac had been inflated. According to Tudjman's version of history, Sakic was a freedom fighter and an honorable Croat patriot. But in the mid-1990s, Tudjman needed to demonstrate to the world, especially to the United States, that Croatia was a modern, pro-Western democracy. Americans in particular regarded Sakic as a Nazi collaborator and sadistic killer, one of the last living commandants of a World War II death camp.
¡Asesino! ¡Asesino! ¡Cárceles! ¡Cárceles a los asesinos!
Within weeks of the Telenoche interview, Dinko Sakic was arrested. The media descended on the quiet neighborhood.
¿Qué fue lo que dijo?
No dijo nada, no estuve delante de él. No estuve, para nada habló, conmigo no habló nada.
In similar cases, the Argentinian authorities had reacted very slowly to calls from abroad for the arrest and repatriation of old Nazi war criminals. But this time, the response was different.
Are you a killer, Mr. Sakic?
Dinko Sakic was soon on his way back to Croatia to face justice at last.
I think that it's fair to say that this could be an important milestone for Croatian society. This trial will be a litmus test for the new Croatia, for the country which seeks to fully integrate itself into the West. We should be thinking of the victims of the Ustasa regime, anti-fascist Croats, Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies. They are the ones who deserve our sympathy and our empathy.
On June the 18th, 1998, Dinko Sakic arrived back in Croatia for the first time since the end of World War II. His wife Nada came with him. She too had served at Jasenovac, specifically in the women's camp. She was therefore implicated in war crimes and now faced interrogation by the authorities.
She was deeply involved in that manner that she knew what was going on, that she saw people who were persecuted and killed. She cannot say that it didn't happen.
Dinko Sakic's trial finally opened in November 1998 at the Zagreb District Court. He was charged with the deaths of thousands of prisoners while he had been the commandant at Jasenovac. More than 30 witnesses, including camp survivors, testified against him. However, throughout the trial, Sakic maintained his innocence. The professor of Croatian contemporary history at Zagreb University, Dr. Ivo Goldstein, was called as an expert witness.
When I was speaking, he was laughing when I was speaking about the Ustasa system of terror, but he was laughing when some other witnesses were speaking as well, so it was not nothing new. The judge was warning him a couple of times, Mr. Sakic, don't laugh, it's not funny, don't laugh. And he was laughing again and again and again.
Sakic was eventually found guilty of killing or condoning the killing of more than 2,000 Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies. He was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, the maximum penalty available at the time. The trial judge said his lack of remorse contributed to the length of the sentence. Although interrogated, Nada Sakic never stood trial. For most people, Croatia had finally faced up to its fascist past. In July 2008, Dinko Sakic died in a prison hospital, aged 86. He was no Heinrich Himmler or even Ant Pavelic. He was just a small cog in a big machine. A machine that had given him the power of life and death over thousands of human beings. To the very end of his life, he felt he had no need to apologize to anybody for his actions. The crimes of Dinko Sakic and his Ustasa comrades were committed in the name of the people of Croatia. Even today, there are many of his countrymen and women who believe that Sakic was no war criminal, but a heroic fighter in the cause of freedom for their nation. They believe that his victims, the Serbs, Jews, communists and gypsies, were the real criminals, not Dinko Sakic. In their eyes, Sakic's collaboration with the Nazis was in defense of their nation and the Holy Catholic faith. Dinko Sakic's remains are held here, in the main cemetery in central Zagreb. At his funeral, the Roman Catholic priest told the mourners that he was proud he had seen Sakic in his coffin, dressed in an Ustasa uniform. He added, "Every honorable Croat is proud of the name Dinko Sakic." But not every Croat agrees. For many, the Ustasa regime is a brutal and bloody memory of the country's history. a memory that must never be forgotten.
Svi su ustaše bili jednaki. Tamo nema ustaša koji ne bi napravio, a da mu se nešto ne kaže ili se mu ne radi. Tako ga tamo nema. Tako da ja o tome pričam kao jednom zlo koje je bio, koje se više neće ponoviti, jer verujem da se više ne može ponoviti tako nešto, jel? A da onih koji nema, mi još uvijek živimo i sa onima kojih nema.